Hello, my name is Goscalyon and welcome back to part 2 of the 2000 days in my Minecraft survival world. Part 1 was the first 1000 days and it was several episodes strung together with their intros and outros a little bit cut and made more watchable in sequence. For part 2 we are continuing that from the 1000 to 2000 days forward. Now if we have a quick look, we are currently at 2094 days. Quite amazing. I have never played this long on a single world and I am not intended to stop anytime soon. So let's go and see all of the things that happened in the last 1000 days. If you like it so far, please leave a like and subscribe for the remainder of the episodes to come. Have fun! Hello and welcome to another episode of 5 Lives, 5 Styles. And today I'm going to change something about this blue armor right here, because I think it is about time that we switch over to netherite. And not just my armor, I think I will also be updating all of my tools. At least, both of my pickaxes and probably both of my shovels and all that. Now, I already got all of the netherite, at least dug up, but I don't have a template yet. So I will have to go and raid some of the bastions. And so far I found about 3 of them quite close to my portal. One of them right next to the portal. So I think that's what we'll start off with this episode. Another thing I want to do this episode, and you can see it right behind me, this is the geode. And this is also the location where we enter the mine here. And it's this very awkward stairs that is just going all the way up. And it brings us also to the city and my iron farm. I want to turn this into a proper elevator. An actual elevator with a cart that is used to mine this geode, but is also our current access point to the mine. And from above here we have this very basic deep slate path that I created very, very early on. I think even first episode or something. And this is definitely something I want to change. I might have to dig this out entirely, but that is definitely one of the things I want to get done as well. And of course, not to forget about the mineshaft, we will also add a small extension to that. But first, I think we head down to the nether and we go and defeat a bastion. And I really hope that I'm not gonna die, because obviously that would mean that next episode, or very soon, we switch over to a new style, and that is definitely not what I want, because I want to continue building the city underground. I think that is a very cool style, and I've been very enjoying the playing with color and just building on and off one building next to the other. So that's very exciting. Now let's see, we have 36 ancient debris / netherite scrap. So that is pretty good. And now we just need to get a template and a ton of diamonds. I don't think with 46 diamonds we can make everything netherite. So a little bit of digging is required. And I do think I have some diamonds. Let me go check in the storage. Alright, 14 ore. That's probably not going to be enough to get everything. So no, let's just keep the ore, and we are going to go ahead and do also a bit of mining once we've got the netherite template. So wish me luck, and we're going to go on an adventure into the nether. Now, as part of my preparation, I am also going to make a few fire resistance potions. Of course, I will probably make them extended as well, and I think 3 should be enough. They're 8 minutes each. I hope that is going to be more than enough to actually raid one single bastion or more. Alright, there we go. We are completely ready to go. We've got ourselves some fire resistance potions, food, some golden apples, and of course a bow and some blocks. Now, we're going to face it. I'm not bringing a golden helmet, because I don't think that works on those bastions anyway. And sure, maybe be outside of the bastion we'll get attacked, maybe? But we're going into the bastion anyway. This platform so far is pretty bad. Oh! Definitely didn't walk off there at all. Want me to think that? This is, where's this going even? This is going into nowhere? This is probably one of the worst bastions I've ever seen. Oh my goodness, that's where they all are. Now I just need to be super careful that I'm not hitting the other pigs. Oh, look at that. There they are. Now, I need to be very safe here and not hit the... And not hit that one. Definitely hit that one, unfortunately. So let's be extra safe here. This is gonna be fighting our way out of this place instead of fighting our way in. Ooh. Oh, this is gonna be horrible. We have all of them aggroed on us now. Silly pigmen. No coming in here. There we go. None of them should fall through. Ooh, that was a bit too close for comfort there. That was definitely a brute. Oh, this is definitely a room though. Finally found a room. Alright, this will hopefully be the one then. Okay, we got obsidian, magma cream. I think I'll take both of that. Iron blocks, I mean, I don't really care for that. A random diamond shovel, an extra golden apple, we can use that. Sure. How about this one? Silk touch, sure, but the rest is kind of garbage. Wait, I left my arrows down there. Shoot. Well, not shooting, apparently. I feel like I need to go to the next one. This one is awful. There is barely anything in this. Here is the another one. The next one, I mean. This one's a little bigger, I think. And it has probably the lava room. I don't want to get in at the bottom, though. So I think we'll just go ahead and go over here. This will definitely be a little bit dangerous. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lava next to it as well. At least I see a chest over there. That's good. Now let's just hope that that's the template so I don't have to go in any further. Oh, do see a brute. Oof. I didn't see that he could jump there. He could have tapped me. Okay, let's just make sure that we don't accidentally fall off here. That was scary. That scared the heck out of me. As soon as I jumped in, they were like, "Urgh. How dare you?" This should be fine, right? Ooh, crying obsidian and a template! There we go. We got it. I am definitely leaving. I do not want to spend any more time here. I am definitely leaving this alone. Absolutely. That is more than enough for me. We spent quite a bit of time walking in the other one anyway. So yeah, we've got ourselves a template. We even have a lodestone and some crying obsidian. I think that's decent. And all I needed was essentially the smithing template. And now I think it would be a very good time to go ahead and delve into the mines. Because as I mentioned, we're going to need some diamonds to be able to use this smithing template and make all of our stuff, turning it into netherite gear. Ooh, please let it be more than one. Ooh, it's 3. Ah, that's something. We found a few loose diamonds here in the mine shaft. So far 19 diamond ores. It's not going very quickly, but at least this cave is opening up into a few separate mine shafts, which is pretty good. And from our return trip, we have gotten 24 diamond ores and 3 loose diamonds. These were from the mine shaft that I found along the way. And that brings us at least to a total of 49. I think I need roughly about 70 to at least get all of it. No, that's actually 33, if I can count correctly. 33 diamonds. So with those diamonds, I'm going to be turning these netherite templates into all of my tools and all of my armor being upgraded with the template. So I will need 1 spare, actually. So I think I will need to duplicate it 10 times to be able to use it 9 times. So that brings us to a total of 70. So I was correct initially, I think. Will we get enough from all of these diamond ores is the real question, though. I better hope so. We have our fortune pick here. Let's see how many we'll end up on. Alright, that should definitely be enough to duplicate it a bunch of times. Now, silly enough, I didn't bring any netherite to upgrade it, so let me grab that real quick. There we go, we have got ourselves a netherrack. Now, I do need to duplicate the template, and I think that's done in the crafting table, so let's do that first. Let's put this down, and let's duplicate the template. And I think we just do this, right? There we go. And we do that a bunch of times until we have 10 of them, I think. So now one more, then we have 10. I think that should be enough. No, actually, let's do one more. Let's do one more. Because at the end, I do want 10 tools, or well, not 10 tools, 6 tools to be upgraded. Currently, I will have the hoe, I will have a sword, a shovel, and a pickaxe, maybe both pickaxes. But when I find a little bit more ancient debris, I can also do like my extra shovel or something like that. Yeah, so let's go ahead and upgrade those real quick. We have this, we of course... Oh, I forgot about that. We need a material. Oh, we need to choose a material. What color do I want the thing to be? Ooh, I think I will go with the red. I have to go with the red. Where is it? Some redstone. There we go. Yeah, red is the best. After all. Let's go ahead and do this. So we have the... Oh, we need our gear. Let's go with our gear first. So we have this. We have the netherite template. And then the redstone item can't be upgraded this way. Oh! Of course. Hang on. I'm confusing this with the other templates. This is the upgrading of netherite, but we haven't even smelted that yet. Let's go ahead and do that first. Wait, why is it not going in the left here? Did it all drop in here? Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Why is there no bamboo in there? There's lots of bamboo in here. It's just not being transported down. What happened to this cart? Did it already break? This one's still going. Where's this one? This one's stuck. Why are you stuck? At least now things should start smelting, right? There we go. Oh, also there is not enough bamboo here now. So they will never smelt. Oh, goodness. And the problem is that everything that's in there right now won't be able to be smelted. Well, there we go. Now that we have smelted all of the netherite scrap without any issues at all, I think it's time we upgrade them. Now, let's actually do it properly. Oh, wait. We need to make the ingots. I forgot about that. Man, I definitely know how to make these. I know how to make netherite ingots. Oh, we need gold. I have so much gold. I have so much gold. Not really. Didn't bring it with me, though. Round 2, we go and get some gold. Let's just get a stack of ingots. Gonna have to smelt all of this as well. Oh no! We're gonna have to fix the thing. Oh my goodness! I figured it out. It was this redstone torch. It was positioned over here, and so it wasn't even powering this gate. I honestly have no idea when I broke this. I must have accidentally broken this torch and placed it back there, and it's been broken ever since. So this minecart has just been sort of AFK waiting to be released. I don't know how I broke that, but there we go. Now it should slowly start to bring in the bamboo again. And then I can go ahead and try to smelt all of these ingots, all of these raw gold pieces into ingots. And then I should have enough gold to make the netherite scrap, and then we can finally make a netherite gear. I definitely knew all of the steps from the beginning. Yep, definitely. I am extremely good at this. I've definitely done this at least once before. Definitely. Alright, see you back here in a minute when it's all smelted. Oh no. I was afraid of this. I was afraid this was gonna happen. It actually got stuck here. Oh man. I'm gonna have to move this one block, aren't I? Alright, hang on. How am I going to do this elegantly? Well, definitely not stacking with gravel. Let's go ahead and use this for now. Oh my goodness, I almost jumped down. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this down here. Now I'm going to temporarily block this one down here. Okay, sure, that'll do. And let's go ahead and swap this around. So I'm gonna remove this and this. Hopefully that doesn't drop. All right. Then I'll basically turn them around. So this one down here. This one, I think we can do this. That's definitely not it. There we go. Now it should hopefully be fine. Alright, I also increased the delay from opening this gate after the dropper minecart here, the hopper minecart, leaves the station. So now it actually fills up with a lot more bamboo before it leaves the station, and this should start actually filling the other side of the hoppers as well, because it was leaving the station with 7 bamboo. Well, I'm not sure about you, but that's more than 7 furnaces on this side already. So, well, actually, I can't count because that's exactly 7, isn't it? No, 6. So, pretty much as it leaves this, it is pretty much clear of bamboo. And now let's go ahead and check this side if it's actually filling this side. Let's see. 14, 10. All right, yeah, some of it is reaching over here. I'm not sure about the perfect division. Oh, yeah, there was some left, of course, from the stuff that I moved over myself. So this is already working a little bit better. That's good. Now, I'm going to have to wait an AFK here a little bit to watch this fill up, because if I'm going to throw all of this in there, this will run out really quickly. And I don't know why it's going so slow, but we'll just wait here a little bit and I'll be back with you shortly. Alright, now let's go ahead and smelt the rest of the ore, because I think we have got enough bamboo in here at this point. And then what we can do is make the actual netherite ingots. Now, let's see, maybe I already have enough. I think I have already enough. Okay, I don't know why that menu doesn't work that way. But let's go and make them. There we go, 9 of them. That's perfect, we already got enough. And then let's go ahead and turn these into the gear pieces. Let's start with that. We start with the netherite template, we throw in the helmet and the ingot. Boom! We do the same for the chest plate, the boots, and the leggings. There we go, a full gear. Let's go with the sword, the axe, the pickaxe, the shovel. Now we don't have the hoe with us. Where do we have it? We're gonna have to find it. Oh, there it is. So I think we're going to need 2 more pieces actually, because we have an extra shovel and an extra pickaxe that we haven't enchanted, and maybe even extra axe. Plenty of stuff to go around. Alright, so now we do the same thing again, but with this one. There we go, we got the diamond hoe and the serious dedication. Perfect, we have got all of this. Now let's go ahead and equip it, because then we can see how awesome we look. Look at that, I love it. Now, with this cape, of course, the beautiful red cape, we definitely have to get ourselves some netherite. What is it called? Like it's not netherite. It's the, I can't think of the name right now. The templates? It's oh man, if only I could think of the name. But yeah, we should definitely get those on the gear at some point as well, but that's not going to be a focus for today. Let's drop these diamonds in here because I don't need them. Same for these, some spares. Same for this one, and let's throw this one in there. There we go, look at that. Beautiful set of gear. We've got a bow. We've got everything that we need. This was definitely a well-needed upgrade. This will mean we are a little bit more protected, and we've got some better tools to last us a little bit longer. And yeah, now we're going to continue with some actual building. Luckily, we're already down here. However, we're going to need some resources for this. And it's going to be a lot of spruce wood and a lot of oak wood. Oak wood, I already have some stored. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough yet, but I definitely need a lot more spruce. So I think I'm going to go ahead and get a bunch of spruce wood and then come down here, or maybe up there. I'll start up there and start digging down. And then let's get a start on this project here, because this is definitely in need of a transformation, because this floating dirt and this rock here, it looks ugly. It needs to be transformed. So let's get going. And for that, I'm going to need a lot of wood. Mostly for the trapdoors, and mostly spruce wood, but also some oak wood. Luckily, I still have some oak logs stored here and in my house. And for the rest, I'm gonna need to do a lot of shopping. Well, it turns out I don't have that much oak stored, so I will probably also have to finally chop some more oak logs, because look at that, my whole storage, that was full pretty much for the longest time. Now it's empty. Let's go ahead and chop some more trees. Alright, after cutting all these trees, I have gathered a bunch of logs. And now it's time to craft all of these up into small different elements, mostly a bunch of trapdoors. And then we can start digging, and you know what? I'm just gonna craft this and go straight into a time lapse. So, well, we interrupt the time lapse a little bit because I wanted to continue with the build. And, you know, we've cut down this gigantic hole with a few mess ups with the water here. I think I still have to light this up. Yeah, look at that. Because I left my resources up there. And, you know, I did bring some scaffolding, but I think it won't bring us all the way into the top. Let's find out if it will. But yeah, no, this is, I didn't really think this through, did I? Having the resources all the way up there while starting the build from down there. Now, maybe from up here we can actually go ahead and take a look at what I'm thinking here with this gigantic hole, because I was thinking of making a pretty big lift, and wow, it's almost as if I counted this or something. That's exactly. All right, well, you know what? I'll take it. Now, what I was thinking is, what am I actually going up here for yet? I'm not sure if I want to go ahead and build right now. I wanted to take a look first together. Look at this. Oof, I don't want to fall down here. But let's free cam a little bit and take a look. Now, I've done a little bit of terraforming just to cover up the gigantic mess that I left. And it looks fine for now. That, of course, doesn't look amazing yet. Maybe I'll close that gap. And eventually, I want to make this look a little better, because this whole thing looks kind of messy anyway. And what I'm going to add here is a little bridge, and then here there will be a gigantic lift that goes all the way down to the geode here. And then around here, roughly, there will be a cart that is hanging, and that will be transporting the geode resources up to the surface. And essentially, all of these dirt paths, I want to replace them with proper spruce paths and all that kind of stuff. And then eventually we will connect the rest of the city up with this entrance to the mine. So let's go ahead and roll the time lapse now and continue it with the actual build. All right, and I think there we have it. It is a little bit dark and night at the moment, but that doesn't matter because we're gonna go ahead and sleep because I left my bed downstairs. I still have to fix this bridge here and connect it with the path and probably do some terraforming, get rid of all these torches. But the idea is that we have this elevator down here, basically for the resources. And this one right here is going to allow us to drop down, and this is a beautiful chute that allows us to get back up. As you can see, I made it so that all the trapdoors connect on the outside. I thought it would be very nice to have like sort of a tunnel all the way up. But this is terrifying. This will be the first time that I'm going to try this drop, so if I die, well... Oh wait, that's not very good, is it? Alright, let's see. How can I make sure that I drop down? Let's... Oh, this is... Maybe... Hang on, I'm gonna do this. That's safer, because then I can stand in the corner. There we go. That is absolutely terrifying. But it drops us safely down. Very safely. And then over here, we can ride it back up. But I did want to check something on our way up here. There is a hole. Yeah, basically we shoot all the way up. And there we go. We're safely up here again. But that's not where we wanted to be, right? So let's go ahead and go back down because I wanted to go quickly sleep. And we still have to adjust some things here. Because as you can see, there is some scaffolding around and a bunch of torches. I want to make this area look a lot better. And one of the things I want to do is we previously had a way to collect all of the geodes. And I want to recreate that, however, now a little bit more pretty. So I want to create a few walkways with a few support beams and to have these geodes sort of harvestable. I am going to leave them somewhat floating though, because I don't think I can make them sort of natural looking. I'm just going to have them be a sort of floating rock kind of magical thing. And yeah, that's just what it's going to be. And then I would also like to go ahead and add a few details around here, create sort of a collection area where the researchers or the harvesters would basically store all the resources before putting it back up. And that should also give some more ways for me to store all of these amethysts, because obviously I'm not really going to store everything in one location. And I want to have every storage or every resource type sort of stored in their own little section, and this would be a perfect place for me to store all of my geode related stuff and maybe some of the basalt, but I think for now just the amethysts. All right, let's go ahead and build those platforms. All right, and there you have it. Everything is pretty much done as I have built here. I think I would call this scaffolding some kind. I do think it's a little bit dark down here, so maybe we add another light here. Let's go. And definitely not that. Maybe I put a standing light. Let's put one over here. Standing light. There we go. A little bit light. And then maybe one as you go around here. Oh, can we hang this one? No, I'll just put it down here. There we go, a bit of light. There we go. Nice and light. Of course, here we have our drop chute, and here we have the one where we go up, and that's where my mine is. Previously, it was a little bit higher over entrance, but now we have it here. Then to get there easily... Oh, wait, I should change this floor, actually, to be more the basalt, and maybe the sides as well. It's maybe a little bit nicer. Get those merged together. Eventually, I should change all of this, to be honest. Like, this shouldn't be this ugly stone. I would love to transform this entirety to like basalt. Maybe that would look nicer here as well if I change this to basalt. Yeah, I think that looks better. I will actually do that. And these barrels, I wanted to go ahead and use them. Now I have some item frames and I have some beautiful amethyst shards, amethyst clusters, and amethyst blocks. Now, I already put a few decorative amethysts on here, but I wanted to go ahead and put like an item shard here, and put like this, and then we can shear it, of course, to make it invisible, and there we go, we have the item on display. And then over here, I'm thinking of doing like the shard, and then maybe here we have the blocks. Maybe here I put that on top, like that, so it sticks out a little bit. I think that works quite nicely with the block. Yeah, look at that. Nice. And then maybe over here we do like the smaller ones. Now I currently don't have them, so let's just go ahead and put these in here. And put these in here and these in here. That's for now. I am going to pretty much move all of the storage from Amethyst to these chests, and that will be so nice to have a place to come to grab these. The only thing that we have got left for this episode is another mineshaft extension, and I do already have quite a few good ideas for this. I wanted to do a little bit of a longer tunnel, and I want to have like a little creek going through it. I want to have it sort of narrow but also winding path going slightly downward. So let's go ahead and roll that time lapse and get another mineshaft extension going. And as we're building this episode's mineshaft extension, I want to thank you for your support. If you liked the video, please let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe because it helps the algorithm. And there we have it, the mineshaft extension is in. I made it a little bit windy. I added a small bridge here over a creek of water that is coming out from up there and then just rushes down. It's almost as if this was mined free and then suddenly some water flows through and it has like a small area down there that it escapes into, and that's why it's not flooding the cave. And then here, of course, we run into a little coal deposit. Maybe I want to continue this track further down. I'm not entirely sure. We'll figure it out next time, I suppose, when we have a mineshaft extension, because I don't want all of these to be dead ends, right? This one is obviously already connecting to a cave, but I do want to actually connect this one further down. Probably. At least one of these, or maybe both of these, should continue on and on. Get a few more splits going as well, and, you know, in the end, I want this mine to continue to grow, so I don't think there will be an end to it for as long as the series goes anyway. Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of 5 Lives, 5 Styles. And today I want to look at the new stuff from the update. I updated my worlds to 1.21 and I am very excited to check out the trial chambers and especially play around with the tuff and copper blocks. There is of course some more stuff added to the game, like stuff with wolves and armadillos. I'm not really interested in that at this moment, but I do really want to get all those new blocks of course and maybe make some more builds with that this episode. First off, I want to get a check at the trial chambers, and I do have a couple of cartographers that I haven't really used before, and I haven't really leveled them. So I grabbed a couple of emeralds, and let's see if I can level them up. I think they're over here. Yeah, let's see if we can get some of this. And level them both up. See if we... Oh, we don't even have enough emeralds, so shoot. I guess we'll be back in just a moment then. Oh, never mind. I almost forgot, but we can actually buy compasses from the librarians. So let's go ahead and buy some of these from this guy over here. And oh, we could have also bought some glass. All right, if that is not going to be enough compasses, then maybe we'll go up and buy some glass, perhaps. Oh, we're gonna... Okay, it's not enough compasses. Good to know. Let's go back up and buy about 20 or something. No, way more, actually. 30. Let's also buy some glass. Let's see about that. Let's just empty his stock. Alright, let's see. How much does that do? That's decent. Alright. Oh, this is actually pretty fast. Yeah, this is better. Oh, woodland. Oh, trial explorer map. Let's go. There we go. We can go ahead and buy ourselves a trial explorer map. Wherever this is, no idea. And we can go ahead and sell these back to him to level him up again. See if we can get something else there. And I suppose we can sell this. What else do we got? Ooh, orange and gray banner. Black and gray banner. Alright, so these... Do I want to do that? No. I was thinking of maybe just maxing his traits, but maybe we should buy some of these then. Oh wait, why Are you not leveling up? Maybe now this will level you up? I mean, we could just buy a few black banners, right? To level them up again. Ooh, banner pattern, globe, alright. And another globe. Ah! Why do we get the same one? That's a bit of a shame, I guess. I don't know if there are many more. But alright, let's go ahead and store some of this stuff in our treasure chest, which I'm referring this now. Oh my god, what are you guys doing? Bunch of empty maps. Some emeralds. The diamonds go back in here. Lanterns. Now let's go ahead and see where this is. Oh, we're in bottom right corner. It's in the middle of the ocean there. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Alright, well, it seems to be north. Is that north? I have no idea, probably. But we'll go ahead and prepare a little bit first, because part of this trial chamber preparation, I think, is, well, we're gonna need some food, and probably a lot of inventory space, because I did see that the loot from that is all kinds of stuff. And another thing that I will need is a bad omen. And those things are now in bottles instead of just being in effect immediately when you kill one of the captains. One of the captains that you can get is, of course, from a raid spawning on top of you. Another one is from one of the outposts. Now, I don't really know if there's an outpost anywhere nearby, because I don't think I've seen any. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and find one. And when I do, I'm going to kill some captains, get some bad omen bottles, and then we'll go hunting for a couple of trial chambers, and we'll use the bad omen effect. Probably not the first time. First we'll clear one normally, and then we'll go ahead and use the bad omen bottles and get some really good loot, hopefully, like the trim or some of the music discs. They were really good so far, I heard. And another thing that I really want from that is, of course, the new weapon, the mace, which looks pretty fun. Not something that I am probably going to use ever, but it looks pretty fun. So yeah, let's go ahead and find some new things. Ooh, there we go. After much searching, we have finally found one. It is actually hidden away here in the taiga. And look at this. There is 1 and 2 azalea trees right across from this. That is not bad at all. Alright, so how do we want to do this? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my boat over here. Now we want to gather some bad omen from the captains. And so we're going to try... What? Why is my boat over here? This is a terrible spot. I thought it was connected, but nope, there's a gap there. Let's go ahead and put the boat over there then. Now I also want to loot whatever is in the chest. Hopefully a smithing template. Because there is only one from these outposts, and I don't really feel like finding another one, right? So it would be very efficient if we can find one. And perhaps some allays. Now let's see if we have some friends. Oh, there are some allays. So this guy... I don't want to accidentally break him. Go help. Go. Kill him. Now these allays, I am not going to take them with me yet. Let's check the loot, shall we? Oh, bottles of enchanting, some dark oak, crossbow. I mean, that's not too terrible. I guess we'll take it. But that's not great. That's terrible loot. Not a lot of guys spawning. I thought these were like flooded with guys, but apparently not. Right, I have spent some time now removing all of the water as much as possible because this thing was surrounded by water, and I feel like that really hurt the spawn rate of the pillagers here, because I was getting like one pillager and it was like so quiet here. I could basically sleep here at the tower without, you know, getting like the message, you can't sleep because there's no monsters. So now I have added a little bit of spawn spots. Look at that, there is one spawning here. Maybe I'll just check how this goes at night. But yeah, so far no banner guys have spawned at all. We're waiting for the first one. So yeah, this is going to take a while because I want a couple of bad omen bottles. I don't want to just leave with one bottle. I feel like just going about my day and waiting for actual pillagers or raids to spawn on top of me would have gone faster at this point. Honestly, this has been the quietest pillager outpost I have ever seen. Alright, I just spent some time deforesting the area in the hopes of improving the spawn rates. However, I don't think it's worked. There's one. Look at this. It's pathetic. Now, the cutting down of these trees is pretty alright. I'm not sure if it's helping, but, you know, one cannot have enough spruce anytime, right? Look, We just got a couple of stacks of spruce. Can never have enough of that. So let's go ahead and see if this hopefully helps a little bit. Let's drop some of this garbage that we picked up that we really don't need right now. And yeah, let's go ahead and see if this improves it, because I've been here for a few hours now and I have not seen a single captain spawn yet. So I do hope that that happens, because this is kind of terrible. Oh, finally! We have a banner guy and a trader as well, and they're fighting each other. The llamas are gonna kill the captain for me. Oh, finally. Oh, we got ourselves a ominous bottle. I do want more than one, though. I don't want just one. But do I have the patience to wait here another couple of hours to see if another banner guy spawns? I don't know. Maybe I'll just wait a little bit longer and see if one spawns, and otherwise I'll just have to do with the raids or something. We got some action going on. But no banners. No captains. Where's your captain? Come on, folks. Where's your captain? Not there? Ow. Now, one thing that those wandering traders have conveniently given me is a few leads. And I'm definitely going to be using those to take some of the allay home. I can, of course, give the allay an object, like a block or an item to collect, and they will just follow me from that point on. But, of course, I am a little bit afraid that they just get lost. So I will take all 4, I think it's 4, yeah, I will take all 4 with me, in the hopes that at least 2 of them will be on lead with me, and the other 2 hopefully will follow as well. Grab those guys. Can I give them an object as well? Maybe that'll help. Give them like a dirt block to collect. Let's give them a block to take them home with me. Now, unfortunately, I did not get any additional bad omen bottles, but hopefully we get a raid or something to spawn on top of us. Let's go ahead and make that journey back, and I'll see you guys in just a blink when we're back. Alright, now that I have returned safely and I have put the few allays that I have discovered, I've put them somewhere around in the base. I might use them for some projects, but not right now. And as you can see, I have put the map in the offhand, and I think it is time that we're going to try and find this trial chamber. Now that is north, and of course that is west, and this is somewhere over there. Not sure how far it is, but that's what we're gonna find out right now. I'll see you back here when we have found the trial chamber. Well, I have discovered the location of the trials, at least on the map. Not the most convenient spot. I was hoping there was a little bit more land, because it did look like there was a lot more land on the map, but this is underwater. So I guess we're gonna have to dig here and use some kind of technology to get rid of the water. Let's use this to block it off or something, and just, there we go. This is how we're gonna do it. Well, let's dig our way down, and hopefully we won't find any flooded caves on our way down, or lava, or other dangerous things. Well, so far for no flooded caves. I knew it was gonna happen. Well, we continue digging. I made some signs to potentially block out some of the water as we're digging down. Maybe I need to bring some more signs. We'll see. Ooh, there it is. We have discovered the chamber. Here it is. We are digging into the tuff. Ooh, there we go. Oh, beautiful. Now, I'm not sure exactly where a good moment to drop in would be, because I'm pretty sure we could be in a chamber where there is spawners, right? This does look like a pretty big chamber, so I'm going to be very careful here. Give me a moment to create a safe way down. I think this is mostly the way down. Alright, oh, we got a spawner right here. Now, this should still be normal mode. Oh, let me go ahead and swap this map out for a shield. Oh my god, I got so much garbage. Oh, hi, zombies. Oh, we got a little one. I'm hit with some kind of debuff. Hunger or something. Or what is this? What is this? Oh, it is literally hunger. Ah, I guessed correctly. Okay, tough blocks. I don't need all of this. Let me just throw away this, because we have plenty of this at home. Don't need the signs. Ooh, a husk head. We'll keep some of the newer blocks here. We might save some of them, we might not. What do we got? Red. Amazing. Ah, I was just getting hungry. I mean, I was hit with hunger, to be fair. Oh, hi. Oh, both of them triggered. Oh, it's a breeze. It's the new mob they added. And it's that. Oh, this skeleton. Okay, I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful here. There's a lot of stuff going on here. So many zombies. I'm gonna have to eat. This is actually a lot stronger than I thought it was gonna be. Why am I taking so much damage from these skeletons? Okay. Oh, we got a trial key. A regular one. What did this one give us? Baked potato. Amazing. And some more bread. Oh, a geode. That's cool. Okay, that was pretty cool, but man, those mobs hit pretty hard. Wait, what did that sound like? Was there a trial box or something that I'm hearing? Oh, I'm gonna have to be very careful walking around here. Just making an area that I can actually walk on later and fight on when we're doing this in the harder version. Oh, I wonder, these kinds of blocks, I imagine they are the type of spawner that it is, right? I mean, I imagine that being the case. Because here it's... Okay, it's these kinds of blocks. And then what do we have here? Okay, here's the sand again, so that's the husks. And then here it's skeletons, so it's bones. Ah, yeah, okay. Alright, I'm not gonna go ahead and show you every little bit of this trial chamber, but I do want to show a few highlights, and then of course when we are fully done and explored this entire place, I want to go ahead and go in with an ominous bottle. I think that would be pretty cool. So let's go ahead and see what we got ahead of us in here. Alright, let's go ahead and fight them then. Oh, I got hunger again. Oh, there was the music disc. That's a music disc. Nice. I like the... Oh. Oh no, not cave spiders. Oh no. I hate these things. Why did I have to throw in cave spiders? Oh man. I wonder what the bad version of this is gonna be. Yeah, we got a new music disc. The creator. This is a very cool looking room. Oh! They forgot to add stairs though. they didn't add stairs. Just a one-way stairs. Oh, there's ladders in the back, I guess. There's nothing in there. I got you baited. All of these chests are empty. Oh, beds. Oh, look at that. That's cool. That's like a little dungeon room where you have all 4-player beds or something. That feels interesting and fun. Golden pickaxes. Alright. That's cool. Oh, hey, is that a regular vault or is that another ominous vault? There's another ominous vault. I have so far not found a regular vault. Oh, a regular vault! Hey, let's go. Alright, let's see what we have. That's the first vault. Oh, a music disc! Instantly! Nice! Money and... Oh, sharpness too. I was thinking like maybe... I mean, there is some new enchantments for the maze, right? So I was hoping that maybe we could get that instantly. That would have been amazing. But unfortunately... Is that another one? Oh, great. Let's go ahead and open this one too. Store away this music disc as well. It's Precipice. So that is a second one. I believe there is another one. I believe there is 3 music discs in total. Hopefully we can get that one too. But this is already filling up quite a bit. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take everything home. Alright, let's see what we got. Emeralds. Emeralds. An iron axe with efficiency 2. Absolutely rich. But this massive room is also a massive room of disappointment because there's nothing there. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and drink the ominous potion. This is gonna be scary. I've got so much rubbish here still. Time to drink the potion now. And hopefully we get some decent loot out here. Yeah, let's not activate it immediately. Let's go. Now we have this for about an hour and 40 minutes, so that's pretty long. Let's go for it. How long is this actually? 45 seconds. It's not that long. Oh no, not the mini zombies. Wait. Oh, we get the effects being applied to us. That's like the random effects that are happening. Yep, there you go, another one of those. Is it really steak that just dropped? Alright. Or husks. Those are easy to deal with, but I think there was a second spawner there, so I should be careful. Oh, I already activated it. Oh no. Okay, so far so good. What? What just hit me there? Oh! It's a good thing I drank that potion of that golden apple though. I needed that. I definitely needed that apple there. Oh, not another one. Oh. Oh, I guess we use that for now. Oh, we got an ominous key. There we go. Oh, now we can find out if the loot is worth it. Where was one? Alright, let's hope that this is just gonna give us the mace or something. There we go, revolting. Oh, we got a golden apple, some diamonds, some more diamonds. Breeze charge, and more diamonds. Wow, okay. It's very generous on the diamonds, but I'm not sure that was what we were looking for. And now we're gonna have to instantly trigger one. Oh god. We triggered multiple. I think I triggered more than one by accident. Okay, now we're gonna trigger all of them. Okay. Okay, we're gonna drink this. And this. That was a little bit too dicey. I think I went in quite an annoying spot here. Oh, they're fighting. That's fine. I think I completed 2 of them already. I see this one being done. This one gave more baked potatoes. This one gave... Oh, steak again? Like, for real? I don't understand how that's part of the loot table. Please. Oh my god. This is disappointing, honestly. And also we have... Wait, the trial omen is gone. The trial omen is gone. It only stayed for a little bit. That's weird. I thought it was going to be an hour and a half. Was it already an hour and a half? Well, there better not be anything else then. We did get music discs, but we didn't get anything else. We only got one ominous trial key. Like, are you kidding me? That's horrible. We can, of course, come back to this one and try again for more ominous keys. Because there is quite a few ominous vaults. Well, that pretty much ends all the trial adventuring for now. Unfortunately, only one ominous trial key, and that gave us some diamonds and some wind charges, so not very exciting. But yeah, hopefully, when we get another bad omen bottle, we can come back here and see again if we can get some loot. Now, getting out of here without triggering the trial chamber is going to be tricky. Because I believe we're going to do that regardless. When I was looking around the trial chamber, I found myself another outpost. This one, however, also didn't have any banner guys, and not really spawning a lot of pillagers either. Also, not any loot in the chest, unfortunately. Now, I wasn't really planning on getting another bad omen bottle, but maybe I'll get lucky here, who knows. Oh god. Let me sleep in peace, thanks. Ow. Okay, that should give me a bad omen effect. Don't need these, I have plenty of them. There should be another guy. Because there was a raid that spawned, right? I didn't make them despawn, right? Please? Okay, there. Oh my god. God, did someone just... That's a nice raid that spawns. Okay, I got him. Right, so that means that now I have 2 ominous bottles. Now the big question is, do I bring back some of the loot back home? I think I should. Although, I only really need a couple of items, don't I? And how much room do I have in this? None. I don't really have any. Though, to be fair, we can toss out a few more items. And we might even use some of these potions, right? We might use the regen potion, we might use the strength potion, we'll definitely use one of these. We might throw one of these over there. So I feel like we might use some items. We don't really need to trial map anymore. Yeah, no, so that's alright. I think it'll be fine. We have plenty of room to get the mace, and maybe there is like a banner pattern we can get, and there is a... what is the thing called? A trim, an armor trim that we can get. I think that would be good. It feels like I'm going in the wrong direction. No, it's the right direction, isn't it? I am lost. Alright, we'll make our way back to the trial chamber, and this time I'm going to try again with the ominous bottles. Seriously? Another raid? Or at least a random banner guy spawning on top of me. I mean, I won't say no to that. I kind of want those banner 1 bottles right now. There we go. Yeah, I'll take any extra that I can get. Thank you. Where did he come from? That's crazy. They both say the same length, but I assume that one of them is longer than the other one. It still says 1 minute 40 or 1 hour 40. This is 3 minutes. Let's drink that too. Or maybe you have that much time to trigger a trial. Oh, we'll have to see. Well, either way, we're going in and we're going to have some fun. And hopefully not trigger all of them at the same time this time around. Oh, shoot, I picked it back up. Right, we're going to start off with this. Okay, there we go. Now it triggered into Trial Omen. Oh, you have 30 minutes to do everything. All right. I'm glad I drank the golden apple now. Drank? The 8. Was that it? No, there's still one remaining somewhere. Ow. Oh! That was good. I jumped on top of him. Right, please give it a key. Give it a key. Yes! Wow, we're getting all the keys now. Nice. Right, now let's go ahead and open them then. Now this is where we get lucky, right? This is where we get the box for the mace. Oh. Well, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Oh, that was cool. Oh, got a thingy. Okay. Got an extra bottle of ominous shenanigans. Let's see what we get. Ooh, the flow pattern. Yeah. Alright. The mace. No, another flow pattern. Oh, an emerald block. No way. Flow pattern again. That's a shame. Well, I think we've opened all of the vaults then. Oh, come on, please. Dang it. Alright, so there aren't any more vaults around then. That is a shame. Because that means we gotta have to find a new trial chamber to discover the mace. Ooh, there is actually a path here that I have completely missed. It's going up. I haven't been here at all, so this is going to be a little bit dangerous and scary. What kind of room do we have here? Oh. Well, let's go ahead and prepare this then, shall we? I don't have any keys left, so let's see if we get a key. Oh, I popped that. This one's done as well. There is a key. More breeze hats and stuff. I mean, I don't really know if I need to collect all those 1,500 times, but alright. What do we have here? That's a regular vault. There's a bunch of vaults here. Still some spawners around. At least one. Okay, a couple of regular, but let's go ahead and see what we have here. Please, another banner pattern. Dang it. It's pretty much all of the ominous vaults in this entire place. So I don't really know what to do with it, but yeah, we gotta have to find a new trial then, if we want the mace. But before we do that, I am gonna have to go back home and put all this stuff away, because man, there is so much stuff on here. Mostly food. But yeah, let's go ahead and make our return, drop a bunch of this stuff off, and I guess we gotta look for the next vault. Let's go ahead and make a jukebox so that we can listen to these new music discs that we've gotten and see what they sound like, because I am pretty excited about this. This one sounds pretty good. Oh, it kicks off. Nice. I love this. This is great. Alright, how about the other one? Oh, this is a lullaby. We need the bed. It's nighttime too. Perfect. But I'm pretty sure there is another one that is similar to this, but like it kicks off or something. I'm pretty sure there is another one. But yeah, that's cool. I like these new music discs. I'm also going to go ahead and make myself an item frame to put up this map, the trial map, somewhere in my house. Let's go ahead and find a nice spot. I think upstairs will do very nicely. How about here? This will look perfect. Yeah, let's keep it over here. After dropping off our gear, we go straight into a new trial. This time, however, I won't be running it with an ominous bottle, because I already farmed the previous trials for enough ominous keys. So I'll be checking out the regular and ominous vaults, and I hope to get the mace. That's literally one of the only things that I'm missing. And, you know, maybe we also get the extra music disc, the trim, or some of the other things. Oh, there we go. Yay! There we go. I finally got the disc. I think this is the one that I'm missing. Let me see. What can I drop? Yeah, the precipice. Now I have all three. This is in fact not the music disc I am looking for. Oh my god. There is no way we actually got the core on the first ominous trial key here. That is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? This is the first ominous vault that I opened. That's crazy. I can leave. I have the core. Now I just need to replace it. Here we go. Throw that out. The core. We have it. Oh my goodness. I thought this was going to take forever. Well, I guess we don't need to check the rest of the vault. I mean, I could, but I have everything that I need. I don't think there is anything else. Maybe some enchantment books. But I can always come back here. So let's go ahead and fix this inventory, and I'll meet you guys back in the village or the town or wherever. We're gonna go ahead and build something, mainly the mineshaft extension that I'm thinking of this episode. Let's go ahead and craft the maze now that we made it back safely. This is gonna be so much fun. Not that I'm gonna be using it, but I do want to try it out on some mobs in just a little bit. We'll have to figure out. Let's go ahead and put all of this garbage away. This is, by the way, one of the maps that we made when we were out there. It's pretty cool. I might put it somewhere in the house, or maybe I'll put it down in the city in one of the new buildings that we're going to make at some point. But I do like that. Look at the cool river. It's very, very cool. There were like so many mountains over there as well. I'm a little bit ashamed that I didn't go settle there. There were so many cool mountains. Well, here I thought that precipice is the disc that I was missing, but I look in this chest here and I already have this music disc, so I guess I was not that lucky after all, and I'm still missing a disc. Now, I'm not entirely sure which I am missing. I think it is a music disc from the ominous vault, so I might have to go back to that trial and open the rest of the vaults there, but I am not going to do that just yet. we will just go ahead and make ourselves an expansion to the mines first, and then I'll do some more trial chamber maybe. And I also want to play around with the hammer a little bit and with the wind charges. We'll try it out on some mobs. So yeah, let's go ahead and cut to the time lapse for the mineshaft. And as we're building this episode's mineshaft extension, I want to thank you for your support. If you liked the video, please let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe because it helps the algorithm. Alright, there it is. The mineshaft extension is finally done. It is quite a bigger extension than the ones before, and I really wanted to just add a cool dripstone cave. Now, that we have done that, I want to go ahead and look at the maze. We haven't really played around with this, and I also wanted to try this because you can make some pretty big jumps if you just go ahead and launch. No, if there is one way to do it even higher. I thought there was one way to do it higher. There we go. There we go, we get the achievement. Now, what I want to do is actually enchant the maze. And I do have an extra book here with Windburst. And get that on there, because I think that when you have Windburst, you get launched after hitting the mob. And I wanted to go ahead and just try it out on a few mobs in a cave or something. And have a little bit of fun as we close down the episode. And I also wanted to go ahead and talk a little bit about what we're going to do next episode. Now, I am not entirely sure. I am sort of bouncing back and forth between two ideas. One of them being the cave down here, where I have been building before in the street, and another being the port over here. Now, the trading hall is looking a little bit lonely over here in the distance, and as you can see, I have added a little bit of foliage here and some trees leading up to the waterfall down there. But I want to turn this whole area into a port at some point. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do yet next episode. If you have a preference, definitely let me know in the comments below. And otherwise, I am going to go ahead and choose one next episode. Regardless, I am not yet sure what is going to be my preference, but I am going to want to enchant this maze. And yeah, let's go ahead and do that real quick. And after that, let's punch some mobs. And that's going to be it for this episode. Let's see what we get. Density 4. Ooh, I do hope it gets an additional... Nope, just Destiny 4. Alright, well, let's go ahead and throw Windburst on it then. Because then we have both. There we go. Now let's go ahead and play around with it. Alright, as it turns nighttime, we're gonna go ahead and find a few mobs to kill. I do see a spider over there, but I want a couple to be closer. Oh, let's not do creepers. Ooh, look at that. We got a zombie here. That definitely didn't work. Here we go. I failed. It's a lot more difficult than it looks. What? How am I not hitting that at all? There we go. Booked his head. That's pretty fun. The sound is really good too. But yeah, today I want to create a port. And first of all, I'm gonna need to make a lot of materials, like stone bricks. That is one of the main things I want to do, and a lot of variations. I also want to try out the new blocks, because tuff and copper have gotten quite a few additions with the last update. And an easy way to collect a lot of copper is, you guessed it, the trial chambers. They have so much copper that I think I'm just gonna go over there and collect a bunch of it. And last time I also had a few keys that I hadn't used yet in one of the trial chambers. So I might as well use those as I go there to empty it out. So let's go ahead and collect a bunch of materials, and then we're gonna go ahead and come back here and start building some things. I dug down quite a bit of this one chamber, and as you can see, there is still a lot remaining, especially copper. But here we go, we got some resources, some tuff and copper. I am just gonna go ahead and explore and use some of these keys on some open vaults that I haven't opened. And yeah, this is already quite a decent amount. We're obviously going to want to return with quite a lot more copper, but I want to first get some goods and turn these keys in, and then fill up the rest of my inventory with copper. So let's see what we can get from the rest of the vaults. Now that is really good. I opened a couple of vaults and I got the bolt armor trim And now also the creator disc. Now this is the one that I was missing. Now I have all 3 of the discs. I of course have still some keys remaining. I barely opened some. I got some extra ominous bottles, so I should have plenty now. I'm not gonna run out. I don't think I want to be dealing with any of that. I am gathering some more of these copper bulbs, which I'm gonna turn into the regular copper bulbs because I want to not have 15 stacks of these while I'm traveling home. And then I'm just gonna fill this up with copper and I'm gonna go back home and start collecting some wood. In order to get the correct copper trapdoor, I have gone ahead and placed a bunch of these to age them, because you know that's gonna be one of these things. I just crafted them up into the regular copper trapdoors. Age them because I want the blue-green copper trapdoor all the way aged down, maybe close to it or like 1 or 2 steps above. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna pre-age them and then place them instead of having to wait until they get the right color after placing. So we're just gonna do this, make this giant line. Maybe I'll do it even higher. So yeah, I'm gonna need a ton of trapdoors because I want to use these in the walls around the port. And yeah, that's gonna be very cool looking. However, I do need to age them, and this process is kind of annoying. You can wax them in the crafter. I don't understand why you would want to do that, but here we go. This is the process. As you can see, I made a giant field of copper trapdoors, and most of them have been withered. I mean, weathered. But yeah, this took a little while to weather, and initially I had them stacked up in the cave, which did not work, or really slowly, and this definitely went a lot quicker. Now I'm gonna go ahead and remove them all, and I want to get started on our first expansion to the mine shaft, and then we're gonna go ahead and start on the first bit of the port, aka removing and terraforming the land in preparation. But first, let's build a mineshaft extension. And as we're building this episode's mineshaft extension, I want to thank you for your support. If you liked the video, please let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe because it helps the algorithm. And there we have it, yet another addition to the mineshaft. I'm very much enjoying creating all of these dripstone caves. I created a little support here in the middle, a sort of a small cavern down below here with a little bridge, and then it goes off into the next area, which I will maybe extend the next time, we'll have to see. But this one is definitely my favorite addition that I did last week. Oh man, it is such a huge addition if you compare it to what we've done before, and it took so much time, but it's so worth it. It is so much fun coming through here. Maybe one time I'll go back in here and change the ceiling because that stone definitely stands out a little bit. But now we're gonna go ahead and continue with the project that we want to do this episode, the massive addition to this world. I hope to transform the port and actually create a very fun beginning of this. I don't think I'll get everything done, but most of the copper should be aged by now. Well, some of it is still left. And yeah, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go ahead and terraform this section. And I am then going to create the basis of the port in the bay here. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and time-lapse part of that. And then we'll come back and show a little bit of the details and some of the things we want to put on the port. And there we have it. I have completed the dig, at least for now. As you can see, this is a little bit of a flat area. This is going to be the main area of where I want some of the buildings to go. Like I want to have a big warehouse somewhere in the center, maybe some trees and vegetation along the lines. This is where we will have sort of a wall going around, and it'll go around this end as well. We'll have some stairs in 2 spots. And what I also want is a building over here where you have a place where you can walk through. This will be a lower area, and that area will go around to that side as well. And then this will need a little bit more digging, because what I want to go from here to here, that's a bit of a steep, and I don't want to create a second wall. So the idea, I think, is that I will create a bit of a gradual a gradual decline from where the trading hall is all the way down, maybe with a few layers, maybe with some smaller walls, maybe with some buildings on different heights. Maybe it'll go from like a sort of a street that goes from down here in a bit of a loop around over to this height. Now the first thing that I need to do is I'm gonna need to grab all of my resources. I have prepared a few chests with resources, and mostly what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to lay the foundations and create a full layer of stone brick in the entire area, and maybe a little bit of wood as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue building on these walls. And I think I'll just do a very quick time lapse for this, and then we'll come back when we want to go ahead and detail some of this. Sadly, some of the recording has been corrupted, so we skip ahead a little bit. As you can see, I have already laid out the stairs and some of the flooring across the lower and the upper floors. Now we're going to go ahead and build the walls in these 2 sections, and after that we'll go back and look at the details in person. Alright, look at that. I am very, very happy with these lights. However, I think maybe we're gonna need to wax them on a different stage of oxidization, because here they give almost no light. And of course I added a few sort of drains down the side. I really like that. I also have one here that I actually didn't put any water in. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Because I can't get up there anymore. And because here on the side I added a little gap that I want to have some water flowing out as well, and I think we'll go ahead and do it like this. There we go. I think that would be really fun to just have a few of these things where we can see water going through. I of course have this here where we kind of block off part of the waterfall, and what I want to build here is a little bit of a fence of like brick stairs like this, and we just go all the way around. And then we have a sort of protected, because otherwise you're gonna walk over here and accidentally fall into the water. Then we don't want that. And I'm gonna put some more decorations around here. I want to have a big crane over here, and maybe a tree in the back. And over here, that is something that I'm gonna do really quickly right now. I'm gonna go get some wood, and I want to create basically the wooden part where we have the docks down by the water, where if a boat goes over here you get off, you offload everything, and then the crane will be over here. That's why I didn't add another one of these. light lanterns over here, because we want the crane to be able to transport the goods over there. Now my plan is to have a warehouse right about here somewhere. And so this part won't have any lights either. I think the lanterns will start over here somewhere maybe. So this crane can go ahead and move stuff from the boat that is over here to up here all the way. And you won't have to carry it up the stairs because that would be kind of annoying. And then it goes into the warehouse. Over here, of course, we have another part of the port. I already started that one a little bit. As you can see, I kind of skipped this section here, the little corner. Because what I want to do there is I want to go from over here to a little bit further in and create a sort of a gate. And this down here in the middle will be a pathway through the gate. And I think it will connect to the dock as well from the wood here. I think I want to stretch that all the way down here. And so it'll be slightly a tunnel through a building. I'm not exactly sure what the building will look like or what it will be, like what we want to do in that building yet. And then over here somewhere, depending on how big that building is going to be, I'm going to start with the same idea that I did down here as well. So we're going to have some of these down by the water. And then we connect that all the way around the corner. Now another thing that I thought would be kind of fun, and that's why I left kind of a gap. We might move that further depending on how far off we start this and make sure that sort of the same distances can be met. But what you kind of have sometimes is one of the bigger ships or the ship's back that just lines up with the port, and maybe we have sort of a wooden thing in the middle here. So that's kind of the ideas that I have with this. Now on the docks here, I want to have maybe a few stands. Like maybe this will be like a market area where we have just a bunch of small stands as you come in here with the main docks, right? We have the wooden dock over there, we have docks over here, and we might even have some going around the corner. I'm not exactly sure what we'll be doing with that. We might be able to continue, we might end it there. Not entirely sure. Then as we go up here, of course, we have this giant dirt wall. That won't be a dirt wall. I want to level that and make it more gradual, but I'm not entirely sure how far, because here, of course, we have a bit of room. Maybe I'll make that more gradual and that more steep and have a little bit of a wall there. We'll see. First things first, though, I'm going to go ahead and get some wood, and then we're going to add this part right here. And there we go. There is a small portion of the actual port, the harbor, the unloading section. We put some storage containers here so that it is actually very busy with resources and everything. I actually don't like this. Let's go ahead and change that to a sideways one. Now, one thing that I do want to find is lighting, right? Because there's some torches here. That's kind of unnecessary. But since we have lighting over there and lighting up there, this will be a little bit dark. And I don't necessarily want things to spawn here, so let's see if we can go ahead and maybe add some lanterns. Let's see if I add one here. Add one over there. Maybe I just put one over here on this one. So they'll be a little bit lighter, and it's turning dark as well, so we're gonna go ahead and see. I'm gonna have to turn these. I'm gonna have to unwax them. Lighten up. Oh, hey, that's an achievement. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mostly get them down to these states, and because then they'll actually lighten up the area. So right now they really don't. Let's go ahead and get that one all the way. Oh well, they'll have to be waxed eventually, but there you go. Now we have at least some light coming through, and yeah, the light over there is looking very good. I am liking the creation of the port so far, and it is nowhere near finished, and I'm gonna go ahead and really quickly sleep. What we're going to be doing next is some more decorations, especially on this lower part here. What I want to add is a few plants and some benches in these corners and stuff, and then I think we're gonna move on to maybe the top area, and then later down we come back to this section and the crane and everything. So let's go ahead and get some of the decoration blocks. And we're back with some decorations. Now let's go ahead and throw a few lily pads here in the water. So I think it would be really nice if we just have a couple of these in this area. So I think this is an area where we will have at least a little bit of slower water right in this corner. So I think it would make sense if some lily pads were around here. And what I also want, I want to block this off actually. And I'll do this with, can we do this with a vine? No, oh. Well, I do want to put a vine over there and maybe a vine over here. See that we are missing a trapdoor there, because that would actually be better to block the water flowing to the sides like we have with the other ones. It looks a little bit better than that. Alright, we'll do that in a minute. Oh, okay. Now let's add a few small decorations. And we can go ahead and make a sort of a planter. And then just add a few leaves. There we go. We'll do that a few times. And then what I want to do here, I actually didn't bring enough jungle wood, so I have to come back. I want to make like a corner bench. I think that would fit very nicely in that little corner. So let me go ahead and grab a few things. Then the final detail for now for this little area is, of course, a small little bench here. Now I think that already adds a little bit of detail here. I think that's quite nice. We've got a little bit of foliage going around. We have some area to sit. Gives a little bit more purpose. And yeah, I slowly want to go ahead and continue like this. And next up, I want to focus on this area here. I'm going to add some lights. And we might as well add the lights over there as well. And then maybe we should tackle the warehouse first, because I think I have an idea of what I want. With this building, I'm not yet sure. I'm going to have to think a little bit of what I exactly want here and how far I want this building to go. So yeah, while I think about that, let's go ahead and add some lights. Alright, let's go ahead and make ourselves a sort of a barricade here. And we're going to go ahead and start with some regular bricks, but I also want to bring in the acacia like we did before, and that's going to be the basis for these lantern posts that we've been building all around. And I see that I'm gonna have to add some of these trapdoors around the edge, because I see that I have forgotten that for these two here, or actually those three. And let's go ahead and do that for this one instantly. So we skip that, because the way that I've been looking at it, and that is something that I've noticed while using these trapdoors and the copper, it does have quite a bit of green in it, the tough blocks I mean. As you can see that it sort of blends nicely together, and it creates this sort of grayish tone in the, well, sorry, not gray, greenish tone. And it sort of blends the gray and the green a little bit. And now here all of them are fully oxidized, of course, and here they are a little bit less oxidized. I think it's weathered. And what I want to do here is I want to vary this up. I don't want this to all be the same and over here all be the weathered. I want to vary that up a little bit, which will be something that I do, I think, when I have enough wax, because currently I have like 8 wax or something. That's not gonna be enough. We're not having them, they're not waxed just yet. Oh, it's already on my hotbar. Never mind, I thought it wasn't. Whoops. You know, I should have brought scaffolding. I think I even brought it with me. Just didn't actually use it. Oops. Right, and we finished this light as well, and now we have a beautiful row of lights across the entire thing. Now we don't have them waxed yet, but this already is gonna look so much better now with all of these lights in here. Then in front of this, I need a bench. But let's first take a look at the lighting here. Let's see how that looks already. Now, right now they barely give off light. Over here they do give off light, and I like that. That looks nice. I think that's a decent amount of light. I would have to check if it's actually preventing spawns. And of course we're going to have to wax the other lights at the correct lighting level. Now, something else you might notice is this flat area here. There is of course a bit dangerous if we were to be working over here, just randomly falling off the stairs like that. Now let's go ahead and build a small border to prevent that from happening. I do want to make it somewhat interesting and do it like this, I feel like. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to go ahead and build the warehouse, which I think will take up a bit of time, but let's go ahead and do a few small cuts of us building this entire thing. Alright, there we go. I just made the walls a little bit higher. At least this is the height that it should be, I think. At least this is the stone section. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to try and figure out what the sides of the building should look like. Because as you can see, we got the front, and I know what we want to do with the roof. We'll add like a chimney, and we'll add maybe some windows on the side that stick out of the roof. But here on the side, what I want to do is I want to create this wooden section. It's going to probably be similar to this, but maybe in a different style, because I don't want to have just windows on the side. I also want some wall sections that are just wall, basically. And I'm going to be using some lightweight terracotta again. We're going to use some spruce. And yeah, let's go ahead and build this first so we have something to stand on. We could do a section of 3 and a section of 5. We can put a window in the center. Right, to get the blend between the top and the bottom, I think for now we'll keep this spruce. It's a bit too much spruce, right? I feel like that's a bit too much spruce. Maybe this one should be like a stone roof or something. Can I try this out? Maybe if we combine that with mossy brick or something, but that would also look kind of weird. What about deep slate? Just get it fully dark. There is a good amount of blocks that we can vary the deep slate with. And that's definitely something that I will be doing. I haven't really practiced much with texturing roofs. Because all of my roofs so far have been pretty much just deep slate, right? All over there and there. It's pretty much just deep slate. So I think I want to try that a little bit. You know, even this one isn't very textured. Now, I'm just rambling and not looking at this thing. Right, I'm gonna just replace this entire thing with the deep slate. I'm gonna leave it at that, and then keep it around. And then at some point I'll have to make up my mind whether I like that or not. This window could be like that. This one should definitely be completely filled like this. Not sure if I have enough blocks. Yep, I have almost exactly enough blocks. It still feels like it's missing something. Let's see if we can fill these corners up to have a little bit connection, so it's not completely bland and straight. I think the fact that that cuts it off a little bit lower is kind of nice. Not sure about the window yet, though. This feels a bit strange, in my opinion. The fact that that's such a straight line. Let's break some of this down. Like, if I were to move this down one further, and then, of course, we place this back, I think that would look better, right? Would look a little better, yeah. But at least I like it better. It definitely needs something on these pillars, though. Yeah, now what to do with this? Because we could change the block in here in the corner, right? That's something I can do. Or maybe, oh, I have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. How does that look? Now from down here it looks kind of weird because this is straight connection. You know, I kind of like that actually. Ah man, spruce is just too good, man. Like, I use it too much. All right, so first I'm going to just add the basic shape of the roof. And then we'll make the extension for a window, probably. Oh, well, we're gonna have to grab that. So we take this out 3 blocks. Yeah, I think that works. Because this still comes down there. Yeah, I think that's the shape that I'm going for. For some reason, I feel like the roof is not the same. And it really isn't. Oh, that's because it should go too further. All right, whoops. Here's me being all happy that I changed this to mangrove, right? Oh, well. Now we connect the other side, so we go ahead and go down here. All right, there we go. We have our entire roof. And in the center of the roof, I want to have a small chimney. All right, let's do a quick time lapse where we finish the rest of the exterior here. And I'm also going to basically, I think, copy the front side over to the back here. And I'll copy this side over to the other side as well, so that we kind of get the same thing on both sides. However, maybe for the back, I will do something different with this window. Change it up a little bit. But we'll see later. Let's go ahead and run a time lapse. I'm not exactly sure what we'll do with this. I'm also not exactly sure what we'll do with the ramp here. Maybe I will actually put buildings straight up against this and make this sort of an alleyway that goes up to this area. Same with this, right? Maybe this is one of the pathways to the trading hall. And maybe this is where I want to have a cart somewhere over here. Maybe that would be a nice idea. To have like a cart where we transfer the wood, because obviously we want to have the wood transferred from the ships down there. We want to have it transferred over here near the storage. And this is going to be my wood storage. Now the interior is quite lacking, right? I have some torches here for the lighting so we don't have mob spawning. But I do want to get some interior going. I will have to make this actually work for wood. I was thinking to have like a massive storage in here to store all the different wood types, but I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be storing in each of these sections. Maybe we have like a little upper area as well. That's going to be a little bit later in the episode. First off, I want to detail some of the exteriors here with a bunch of chests around. Same with here, some storage areas, all of that good stuff. I also want to go ahead and make a big crane down here for transporting the wood up. And maybe I will throw in a few trees, like one right here. This could be a nice spot. First up though, we're gonna build the crane. Let's roll the time lapse. And there it is. And as you can see, I have not waxed the entirety of this crane. And it should actually be this state here. And I also see that that one is getting a little bit degraded. So over time, I'm going to have to wax that so it's a nice orange color, whereas these should be waxed to be this nice blue color, which I eventually will get to when I have enough wax. And as you can see, this is the crane over here. I have a little bit of a weight at the back. I added some storage chests around the base, because I imagine there will be a lot of chests that will gather up around this. And then of course here we have it lifting the wood that it will eventually make it up here. And I also added a few logs down there. And then all over here I added some chests for the storage on the side. I kind of wanted to do the same on this, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I want to use that differently. Like maybe we actually put wood in there or something. I am not entirely sure. I also went ahead and thought about what I want to do with the interior, and I think that's going to be the next thing that I'm going to do. However, I'm not going to show you the entire process. Instead, I will just go ahead and do it right now, and I will show it to you right here when I open this door. And there we go. It's fully interior decorated, and I added some lights. I mostly wanted this to be a storage department, and I added a bunch of shelves here in the middle to store a bunch of goods. Now these are mostly empty, but over here, as you can see, I laid out some of the wood types. So we have birch, we have regular oak, we have jungle, we have mangrove, spruce, dark oak, and spruce. I added a crafting table here for some use. These are some tool shelves. I added some smaller chests, and I really like the look of this. It feels very much like a storage department here. And up here, I added some different woods because, of course, those types aren't the only ones. So here is the upper floor. Added a few small storage things like chests and stuff. And here in the back, we've got some bamboo. Over here, we have acacia and cherry. Of course, I don't have much wood of that. Then here we have the nether woods. And then I still have a little bit of room potentially for 1 or 2 more wood types if Mojang ever decides to add them. And look at that, we can watch the beautiful sunrise, the sunset, and potentially the sunrise if we switch over to that side. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and head outside because I added a few details there as well. On the right here, I added a small saw and sort of a workshop to cut the logs and turn them into planks and whatnot. Outside, I added some decorations or some details to both the walls and the flooring, and it's sort of supposed to be degrading from rolling carts over here. I do have the idea to add one cart somewhere around this, and I might, have this road go here or maybe up there somewhere, maybe just around the corner. So somewhere here, there is going to be a cart. Now here I extended it with some more crates in the back. I added some details to the lower roof section here, and I finished off this area with a few more crates. And as an added bonus, I also finished off the ceiling here and a chimney as well. And yeah, I added a bit of dark spots here and there, but mostly some mossy sections, and I tried to make it feel like it's degraded in some of the corners. And I hope that that's achieved, because I haven't really done this too much. But yeah, I had a lot of fun trying to do that, a lot of switching back and forth between a ton of different resources, which is kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Next up, I want to go ahead and build a small building over here, because this is kind of empty. I want to fill this up, and then after that we can maybe work on this area. And hopefully then we have everything we want to do for this episode, because I am definitely not going to be able to do everything on the harbor this episode. There we go, we have ourselves a nice harbor office. I wanted to keep it relatively simple, but still have a few interesting shapes. And I do want to have some kind of a tree in here, maybe, in front. I'm not entirely sure though, because it does block the view, but that also is kind of like nice to have some greenery going on. The interior is absolutely not done, and I'm not going to be doing that this episode. Now we have a second entrance down here, and we have a passage underneath here that connects to the docks on this side, which I really like. It's a bit of a dark alleyway, and I also really enjoy the moss here. there we go. I made a few designs, or at least sketches, of what I want to put in the area with dirt. And as you can see, I added a bunch of piles of dirt, and that is to signify where I want sort of collections of chests and barrels and stuff to go. And these sort of boxes here are where I want the stands and the markets to form. And as you can see, there is quite a few of them. And I did add a few spots here in this little section, so it makes this feel a bit more full as well. And yeah, let's go ahead and build these really quickly. I'll just show you a few highlights. And there it is, the last bit of the additions that we wanted to do, the last bit of details. Here, the market with a bunch of different stalls. I started out with 7 of them for now, and a bunch of crates and barrels and chests all around. So there is a bunch of storage, and it does feel a lot busier now, and I'm very happy. I also decided to, throw in a little bit of cracked and some holes to give it a bit of variation. I definitely need a bit more cracked here and there, but it's already a great start. I might eventually want to install like a mod for the armor stand so I can display maybe some helmets on this, or maybe some other little bits of detail of the armor stands here. I would love to play around with that a little bit. And of course here we have where we store our music discs and a little bit of a DJ stand sort of. I'm not exactly sure about all the details, but I like the ladders to kind of like shelves. Then over here we have some food on display. I imagine the salesman would be standing in front of this, selling all of the pumpkins and melons and stuff like that. Then here we have a very busy stand with a bunch of pots. So this would be like a ceramics shop or something like that. And then here it's a trinket shop, which is supposed to be kind of full. Currently it's my temporary storage for the building materials, but there we go. And then next to it, one of my favorites, a small shack where there is a bunch of plants. And of course, in front of it, a beautiful tree. And I really, really like this tree. I decided to build it over here instead of up there. And maybe eventually I'll build a small tree there as well. I'm not entirely sure yet. But yeah, this is very nice. And of course, this is a colorful addition. I do want to have a few more colors for the markets that I'm going to build up there, though. Like, I'm not going to repeat the same 5 colors that I have down here. Now around the corner I have 2 more stands that I'm not entirely sure about just yet. This one definitely needs something more. I have the armor trims here, and yeah, those definitely need some armor stands. So I'm gonna have to copy them and put them on armor stands here on display. But I might actually want to wait until I have some good looking ones that I'm very happy to put on display, like the more rare ones from like the wild or something. And then here it's a little leather shop and like the rangers and arrows and stuff like that. Yeah, sort of a Fletcher. I'm not entirely sure. Leather worker maybe. This could be a nice addition here. I'm not sure if I want to use most of these as storage, but I definitely want to use some of this as storage. For example, the armor trims and maybe the discs here. So that's what I'm going to be using this for. Now, next episode, I want to go ahead and build something very important. You'll notice this very empty spot here that has sort of 2 access points. This is the idea that the back of the ship would be facing this, and you can unload all of the materials onto the docks here. And then on the side here is where you as a person would be able to get on and off the ship from the side. At least that's the idea. So what I want to do is I want to build a ship right here. And then over on this end, I want to build another ship. Because of course, this isn't coming from nowhere. There should be a ship here that is bringing wood into the city. Now over here, I want to have the ships be a little bit smaller. Of course, this is a small passageway. but still big enough to have logs of wood on top of it. So I imagine like a small log hauler ship or something like that. And then over here, it would be a bigger cargo ship, maybe that's bringing in tons of barrels of goods. Now, I have never built a ship before, so that's going to be very interesting. And another thing I want to do next episode is I want to go to the end, and I want to raid the end cities. We're going to go ahead and collect a few things and get ready for the fight, but I will have to find ourselves a stronghold. And honestly, I have no idea where it is. I haven't even tried to look for it yet. So what I'm going to need is a bunch of iron enders. So let's go ahead and start by collecting a bunch of those and finding ourselves a stronghold and getting ourselves ready for the fight. We start off by shearing a pumpkin and turn some of these beautiful carrots into golden carrots, which will be a little bit better to heal during the fight. We will also go ahead and grab some of the golden apples that we have laying around, just as a small added bonus. And I remembered that I can actually repair my bow. So here I go, repairing my bow for the very first time. As you can see, it almost died already, so I am very glad that I remembered to do this instead of trying to make a completely new bow. And a stack of rockets for when we have our elytra and want to fly home. Next up, I craft myself a few potions, mainly some slow falling, some strength, and regeneration. Although regeneration potions I still have some left over from the trial chambers. And of course, let's not forget to bring some boats for when we fight the Endermen, because it's going to be really nice to just stop them from coming after us. We have, of course, water. We can't always use water effectively. So let's go ahead and bring those as well, just for safekeeping. I also got a phantom head when I was killing some phantoms the other time to get some membranes. So let's go ahead and drop that in here in our beautiful collection. I also realized that we haven't named the dog yet. So if you have a suggestion for a name, definitely leave it in the comments down below. And yeah, let's go ahead and continue actually going out there and looking for the stronghold. Let's go ahead and find the stronghold. Now, I have a couple of iron enders. I can still make a few more, but let's go ahead and see if this is enough to find the stronghold. Now, we have a nice open field here, so let's see where this one is going to go. Oh, it's going to go this way. Please don't lose the first one. Oh, we got it back. Nice. Well, we're going to have to go over the mountain, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and go around it and hope that we're not going to deviate too far away from the path. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and skip the journey for you, so we'll see each other back when I have found it. I think I'm getting close because I just got turned around. Where did it go? Am I standing on top of it? Yep, I'm standing on top of it. Well, time to dig then. Of course we fall into a lake. No. Ooh, there it is. Yes. Let's go ahead and explore the entire place and find ourselves the portal room, and we're gonna go to the end finally. I've been walking around this stronghold for a while and blocking off all of the exits that didn't lead to anywhere. And I ended up all the way at the start, so I didn't have any direct connection. Now, I'm not sure if this is supposed to always be like this, but apparently I looked through the walls. This is where it is. Like, how am I supposed to find that? Am I supposed to just dig random holes everywhere? What is this? What is this? Oh, well, I hope that the portal room is anywhere close here. That would be nice. All right, let's go ahead and go this direction then. Oh, there it is. All right, now we should be able to add all of the Eyes of Ender. Now, I did come short a little bit, but luckily I came prepared. So we need 2 more. There we go. Oh, we are definitely going to need a bunch of this stuff. Oh, let's go ahead and prepare our gear, and then we're gonna go ahead and get ready to jump in. Oh, it's been a long time since I've gone to the end. I am quite nervous about the fight, but hopefully we are more than ready. We've got our arrows, we've got boats. Oh, should I put a boat in my inventory? I should probably do that. Let's go ahead and do it like this. All right, let's go ahead and go in and hope that everything goes right. All right, that is not the most ideal spawn. That is so far. Oh no, that is so far. I am already so nervous. Holding shift. Holding shift. Oh my god. Oh no. No! That is so cruel. Why? Why? Oh my god. Oh my. This is not great at all. I guess we're doing our setup here. Wait, no. Oh god. Oh, he's over there. Alright, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're just going. We're sending it. Gonna drink all of this. And then I'm gonna put all of this here. Grab these. I'm just gonna go. So I have these wind charges to block my fall damage, because they are a lot easier to hit than a bucket. Alright, let's go ahead and shoot some of these, right, as you do. Get out of the way, please. Don't stand in front of me. Boom, that's one. He angered one of those. I'm gonna just grab a few bottles here. Alright, I'm not sure if I can shoot through that. Can I? Is that possible? I haven't really done this much, but... That's a good shot. Alright, let's go ahead and shoot that one. It's not high enough. That's a good shot. There we go. That's also great. That's too low. It's awesome. It's the two highest ones that are now... I'm not sure if that did anything. No, that seems to be still working. Ooh. There we go. Alright, so which ones are done? I think that one's not done yet. I don't think that's... I saw an explosion there. There we go. Right. I think it's just this one. We might not even need to pillar up. Come on. Yes. Alright. I think that's all of them. Start killing the dragon. Nope, it's still one. There. Awesome. Now we just need to wait for the dragon. Oh god, why can I not? Can't reach him. Oh god. Oh, there we go. Right, there he goes. He's off. Oh, those were some good hits there. Don't have slow falling anymore. I think I might want to grab another one. Oh god. Oh my, that does so much damage. That's actually insane. It's time to punch with the sword again. Man, I am so bad at this. It's like he's too high up there. There we go, I found the spot. Alright, let's get him again. Almost there. Right, this should be the last bit here. If we, you know. There we go, we did it. Whoa! We didn't get flung by the dragon. We didn't need it to, we had no need to build any towers up there. We did fantastic. That was probably the best dragon kill I've ever done. Alright, let's get all of that juicy XP to repair some of the tools as well. I don't think I have anything else. Oh, that was awesome. Alright. Now onto the more scary part, I guess. The fighting of the shulkers and, you know, getting a bunch of shulker boxes and stuff. And traversing the end. Absolutely terrifying. Now, obviously we have a way back, so I could go ahead and leave the end for a little bit, but oh, I think we're just gonna go ahead and continue and grab some shulker boxes. And the elytra, of course. Can't forget about that. Here we go. Remote getaway. Oh wow, that was so smooth. Oh my god. Dude. What is that? What is the luck of that? There is absolutely no way we just get an end city with a boat instantly. Wow. I've never had this luck. Like, I don't even have to island hop all that much, I don't think. Like, do I even have to hop an island? Wow. No, I don't think I have to. It might just be connected to the one I'm on. Wow, that's crazy. Usually it's like I have to search the entire end, I feel like, to find one of these. Especially with a boat. But what is the spawn of the boat? Is it the most convenient spawn of the boat as well? Like, it's on top of a tower. I have not seen that ever. Usually that thing is floating in the sky and I'm like terrified of the shulkers around that to drop me. Alright, and it seems like I might have to do one single bridge. I am not going to end up... Oh my god. I am not going to end up my way across. That is not something I'm ever going to be doing. Oh, I am terrified to bridge across. That is the absolute most terrifying thing. Sure hope I have enough blocks. Otherwise, I need to come back and get a bunch here. Okay, let's get ourselves over there. And, man, what is this? That is crazy. And there is another one. And another ship. Ooh, we can get a spare elytra. Wow. I really hate bridging over the void. Like, I completed that bridge, but it was the most stressful thing ever. Please, never again. Okay, there we go. We got some shulkers. Let's go ahead and kill our first few shulkers. Okay. Maybe I should kill them with the sword, though, for looting. Okay, we got a first shulker shell. This is one of those rooms where we want to basically just sit here for a little bit and shoot, because we have protection. Where is he? There he is, up there. Oh, I felt the exact same jump twice on the other sides. Oh. Wow. That is a really good chest plate. Just in a box. Mending, protection, unbreaking, and even some thorns. Wow. That's crazy. I'll take that. That's a freebie. Unbreaking shovel? Sure. I don't need any iron tools. Mending shovel though? Not bad. Our first shulker boxes. Oh, I didn't even make another crafting table, or didn't bring one. At least I don't see it. Let's go ahead and make it. Shulker boxes. I haven't really crafted that. Oh, we need some chests. So let's go ahead and make a few chests. Wait, we have chests right here. Hang on. Why would I make them if I can just break them? Then we make ourselves a shulker box. Or two in this case. Well, here's the ship. Let's hope there is actually something inside. Oh, wait. Can we not go through the bottom? Oh, we can. This feels so different from how I usually go into these things. Wow, we're in the ship. Oh, there it is, elytra. No way. This is the easiest ship ever. So I'm gonna go over and go to the other one and get an extra elytra. Now, of course, this one doesn't have mending yet and all that, so I'm not gonna be using it too much. I'm gonna fly to that one, get some more shulker boxes, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and find our place home. So let's see, our first flight. Oh, this is always stressful. This is always so stressful. I haven't used elytra in a long time, so let's hope we don't die. Let's also keep that on our hotbar. Alright, there we go. I think we only need to use one. Wait, is this another one? This one doesn't have a boat. Wait, don't tell me this is another one. Hang on. Wait a minute. I was so sure this one had a boat. Like, I saw a boat on it. I have found it. It was actually pretty close. The previous end city was right over there, so I am gonna go ahead and glide my way over there. And oh, there is another end city, but once again, without... Wait, is that the one I was at earlier? Let's see if we can land this. I sure can. Oh, Isn't that beautiful? All right, well, let's not forget that this is not safe. This is very much not safe. So I will go ahead and finish that bridge. Yoink. There we go, the Minecraft credits. And as we get back, I am going to go ahead and build another mineshaft extension. And as we're building this episode's mineshaft extension, I want to thank you for your support. If you liked the video, please let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe because it helps the algorithm. Now, would you look at that? I really like this addition to the mine. And honestly, I started doing this, making it into a curved path. And then I decided to split it off into two sections. One section that's going to go straight down. And I'm going to change this just a little bit and extend it quite a bit further. And we brought back this design that we have for the entrance, but with a single rail instead. And then we have this section that is a dead end, basically. We have a drop off there where the cave is sort of a cave in. And then we have found a few natural resources that I've left. And this is sort of the active mine. And we have a little sniffer egg hidden there. Yeah, and we brought back quite a few plants. And I added a few roots in this section to have it transition a little bit better into the overgrown section up ahead. Alright, now let's get to enchanting my elytra and go back to the end to get a bunch more choker boxes. And then we're gonna go ahead and reorganize my ender chest and the storage and get rid of a bunch of boxes around and really sort out my inventory. While I was going around discovering new end cities, I did run into a pretty terrifying situation though. Here, have a look. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no, I'm in so much trouble. Oh boy, I should eat something. Ooh, up here I should be safe, right? Right? Luckily, we made it out of the end alive, and I brought over a stack of shulker shells with me, and 2 extra elytras. I also enchanted a few books to get some more unbreaking here. And I bought the few mendings earlier in the episode, and they are gonna come in handy right now. Of course, here we have some unbreaking and mending. We're gonna throw that on this as well. Alright, so now that we have gotten here with our enchanted wings, now we have a Gauss Wings V3 that I'm gonna have to store somewhere. We've got another set of wings in my shulker box here, I believe, or did I leave that one in the storage now? Because I don't see it here. Oh, there it is. And yeah, so we have 3 sets of wings. 1 wings I should probably leave at home here. And as you can see, I got over a stack of shulker boxes in that second trip to the end. And I also already made a few chests. I'm not going to craft those right away, because that would fill up my inventory instantly. Now, I also want to go ahead and use this for some more storage, because we do have like a bunch of stacks of dirt, for example. Like over here, I have one of these chests that is filled with dirt. We've got some mini blocks over here. We have some spare chests over here from previous builds. I'm gonna go ahead and clean up some of that. However, I won't bore you with all of this boring cleanup. Instead, I will go ahead and go straight to the more important aspect of this video today, because I wanted, like I said at the beginning, to build a few big and small boats in the port. So let's go ahead and get straight into it. Here we go. And here we are at the port. and I have gathered 2 beautiful shulker boxes with some resources where we're going to build the ships right here. And I am going to just do a short time lapse, and I'll tell you a little bit about the materials and the choices that we've made along the way. One last thing that I want to add to this boat is an anchor. I am going to be using these polished tough blocks for that, and I'm going to put it on this left front side. I'm going to place it right here, and I think this will work just perfectly as a small anchor. There we go. Yeah, that works quite nicely, I think. On the other boat, it's going to be a little bit bigger, and I think I'll attach a chain to it. But this one is small enough to where I don't think that's going to be needed. I really like this. I have, of course, the rolled up sail. Because they are in port, they don't need to have the sail all the way extended. Otherwise, they're going to catch too much wind. I also don't want to extend the anchor all the way down, because I imagine there would be lassos or ropes actually attached to these sides. Now, in Minecraft, this is going to be a little bit difficult to do with the small detail. We have, of course, a walking plank out here, and I added a Minecraft-esque wheel. I really like this trapdoor as sort of a wheel, even though it's square. And then I added some details here. I imagine ropes being hung up around these. That's why I have them. And other than that, just some storage. This is an empty cargo. Obviously, this would be a little bit bigger, but this is just to give you an idea that there would be a cargo hold. Yeah, I really like this very small ship. Now, for realism purposes, this is not very realistic, right? If you look at the port here, this is not going to have a ship sail into this small section here, or is going to drag along this raft of wood. But I kind of liked the idea of this boat dragging this raft of wood along, so let's just go with it. I mean, if we talk about realism, this world is not very realistic anyway. So now on to the next ship. This one is going to be a lot bigger. Well, probably 2 or 3 times as big. So let's go ahead and go for that time lapse. There we have it. Both of the ships are now complete. I really, really like how this turned out. I also, as you can see, used some of these plant pots on top of the boat as some sort of detail, because I think they really share a lot of colors with the mangrove. And if you look at from the side, it does add a little bit of a relief or a detail on there. I ended up going with this shape. I have, of course, a few cannons on the side, the anchor on this boat as well. I went with a few different sails, and even though I'm not super happy with this sort of line going over here, I do think it really helps with the flow of the ship. And of course we have another one of these wheels. This one does have more of a cargo. As you can see, it is a little bit empty in here. We could eventually do something here, but for now this is just going to be an empty cargo hold. Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of 5 Lives, 5 Styles. Today I want to focus on the castle on this little island here. I want to build a creeper castle here, and mostly because I need rockets, these beautiful things, to fly around. And for that we need gunpowder and sugarcane. I have neither of these as a farm currently, so I would very much like to have a creeper farm of my own, and I thought what would be cool to do with creepers. I want to see the creepers in the castle itself, so I'm going to position some creepers in the castle. And what I have also done over there, as you can see, I have caught a few creepers in the night. And so we're going to place them in the fort or castle, however you want to call it, afterwards. And yeah, we're also going to be building a creeper farm inside the castle. And then somewhere over there, I'll build a gunpowder farm. And I'll end up connecting it to the gunpowder farm in the castle and make like a small fireworks autocrafter or something like that. And then we'll use the castle here as sort of our entry point to collect all of the firework rockets. Like with the rest of the world here, I want every place to be sort of meaningful and for myself to have a reason to go there. Hello, Mr. Creeper. Do I have materials to catch this one? Ooh, that would be nice. No, I don't. Never mind. I'm not gonna try. We already have caught quite a few creepers, and hopefully positioning them won't be too big of an issue. Now, before we can actually build this, I'm going to need to go ahead and collect a bunch of resources. I want to use some of the same materials as we used for this, so we want to get a bunch of tuff and stone bricks. So let's just go back to a trial chamber and fill up at least a shulker box of tuff. And since later in the episode we want to make a creeper farm and I want to use cats in them, I should go ahead and, you know, breed up these cats a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. Now we're gonna go ahead and continue. And how about we breed the cats? And we get back to breeding the cats. And we're back to breed the cats that are ominously staring into our souls. Well, there we are again. I completed gathering all the materials, but now we are back into the mines here. And before we start building the creeper castle, I want to quickly build this week's mineshaft extension. And what are we going to do? We're just going to go ahead and extend this tunnel quite a bit further down. And as we're building this episode's mineshaft extension, I want to thank you for your support. If you liked the video, please let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe because it helps the algorithm. And there we go. We added this beautiful extension here we extended this all the way down, and as you could see in the time lapse, we had to extend it a little bit over the cave that we found below. Now, it didn't quite end up in the cave as much as I would have liked this to be, because this way we are going to kind of have to forge a connection here, which could actually be quite useful. If we had ended up over there, maybe that would have been nicer, but there is a dripstone cave over here, which we could definitely use as some of the extension for the cave. But this is a much bigger extension. This is such a big cave. I think I'll use this maybe in one of the mineshaft extensions. Maybe we'll go ahead and extend it all the way. Oh, what are these guys doing? They're having a party over there in the bath. Next up, I want to go ahead and go to the fort again and start work on the creeper castle. Now, I did gather a shulker boxes, several shulker boxes full of materials, and originally I thought I was going to place it over here, but I think, oh, hello, mister. But I think what I'll do is I'll move it one chunk over. So this is where the original thought was, but what I'm actually going to be doing is I'm going to have a gate over here, and originally I also mentioned that I might want to connect this up with a bridge, but I think I'll leave that to a later episode. For now, I want to focus on the castle. So here I want to have a gate, and then over here I'll have probably a pretty big building to cover up the creeper farm inside of it. And then maybe on the side we'll have an entrance to access the creeper farm. So yeah, I've gathered a bunch of materials here. We've got cobblestone, stone bricks, we've got a bunch of tuff, more stone brick and some detail blocks. We've got some wool for a bunch of flags, right? We're going to use the same color scheme as we used on the boat flags. And some wood for the building, for the roofs, and also a few other materials. This is mainly for the creeper farm, and same with some of the carpets. We're going to be using that. So let's go ahead and start a beautiful time lapse and build this thing. Now, before I build the actual castle and the outer shell that is hiding the creeper farm, let's first actually build the creeper farm itself, so you can actually see what's going on instead of having to watch me build the creeper farm inside the building. Alright, there it is. The creeper farm is completely done. For now we have just 3 layers, and I made a quick exit and entrance point. Let's go ahead and jump down real quick, and let's see how much gunpowder we got while building. The entrance point, well, that's already 20 gunpowder. This one is not supposed to be super amazing and like extreme production. I just want sort of a passive gunpowder, sort of gunpowder production here. And eventually we'll connect this up with sugarcane and make some rockets. Now let's go ahead and build the outer walls and the towers, and then slowly build them up pretty much all the way. And then later on I'll start adding the roofs. Well, now that we have got some of the basics of the castle, I discovered that some of the carpets are wrong, because look at that, there are spiders in here. They're not supposed to be in there, and it is absolutely mad that there is so many spiders. So I placed something wrong. We're gonna have to be very careful with all of the creepers that could potentially spawn in here. I don't know what would be the safest way to enter here. But as you can see, the top layer here is actually already wrong. This is supposed to be over here. That way there isn't a 3 wide gap, so spiders can't spawn. Now let's go ahead and fix that. You see that spider over there? Oh my god, let's go ahead and fix all of that, and then we can continue with detailing all of this. Let's have a look at how much gunpowder we have made whilst building the outer walls and the castle. Oh my goodness, that is a lot more than I expected. But look at that, it's passively just generating some gunpowder while we are doing nothing, which is exactly what I want. So that's perfect. Now, as you could see with some of the walls, let me go ahead and go in FreeCam mode here. I have already detailed a little bit to give you an example of what I'm going for. I do want to add a bunch of leaves in front of it to have a little bit more overgrown. And of course, some of the towers and most of the walls still have to be detailed. I do really like the tough details, and I also have to add some tough details over here, the top layer, that I did here as well. Let's go ahead and look. You see that? The tough details in between the, I don't know what they call them, but at the top here gives a little bit of a shadow effect. I'm going to go ahead and use that on all of the other walls as well. And yeah, so these are the examples. I am terribly sorry that the building of these towers wasn't in the time-lapse. I completely forgot to record this. And I see that I'm going to have to put either some string or some other blocks up here, because that... Oh, I could use carpet, actually. Ooh, hang on. Yeah, I should use carpet. Let's go ahead and try and fix that immediately, actually. I have my elytra. Let's go ahead and fix that. Let's see if I can land it. Oh, I did. Nice. Let's go ahead and make some carpet. Put it over here. I think that's the only 2 blocks, right? Is this also snowing here? Maybe, I might as well. Now, let's not get even more distracted by these minor fixes. Let's get straight on to the detail of the castle. And there it is. I went ahead and detailed all of the walls. We have completed that. Also, the towers in the back are now fully detailed. I pretty much completed all of that. Also, the ramparts, or whatever you want to call them. Now what I want to do is work on the outside section here. As you can see, around here, all over the place, there is stone. And it's a bunch of rocks, and it doesn't really look that great. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and place some of this moss and then bone meal it so it turns all into this moss and the plants. And I want to go ahead and do that in all of the sections with stone. And then we're going to go ahead and place a bunch of leaves around to decorate this. And I also see that maybe we should place a few stone brick over here to make this a little bit prettier. But yeah, there we go. We're going to go ahead and do this right now. And I'll see you in just a moment when we're done. there it is. We have completely mossified the surrounding stone and it looks quite nice. Now, obviously in here, it's not going to be all moss. I do want sort of a stone brick, or maybe I'm going to go with a mud brick combination with dirt in here, and then move it all the way through the gate here, connected to the stairs, and even to this little area. I already cut out a little bit where I probably want some staircase, or maybe more gradual going up here, and connected to this little door where we of course have the farm. As you also may have noticed, is we have some friends that are standing on our roof. That does remind me, I do have to make sure that everything is non-spawnable around here. I of course added some torches, but I will go around and see if I missed any, because over here, for example, it does look quite dark, right? So let's go ahead and add a torch there. I'm going to go ahead and do that to the surrounding area pretty much, and we're also going to have to do that to the roof. Now, our friends up here, they're not that dangerous. I didn't really see any... Oh, he just dropped down. Now, can you just get off my roof, please? Thank you. Oh, he lived. I'm not sure how ugly this will be. This might be really, really ugly. Oh, that is hideous. That is a shame. How am I going to make these non-spawnable? Am I going to have to put string all over on this? That is going to be painful. I do have some string. Well, we'll think about that for a little bit. For now, it can be spawnable. That is fine. But yeah, this whole area over here, as you can see, there is a ton of mob spawning because we spawn-proof the caves. So I'm going to have to spawn-proof pretty much the entire island, I think. And yeah, that's going to take a little bit of time. I'm also going to have to do the same to that area. Oh, I already placed a bunch of torches previously, but obviously I missed a few sections. That is going to be increasingly more dangerous. Hopefully I didn't miss too many spots there. But yeah, let's go ahead and place a bunch of torches. And then there is one thing left to do after we kill this guy. And that is to connect the sugarcane to down here. I essentially want to turn this, not just in a double chest. I might want to expand on that a little bit. Maybe I should have moved this back a little bit more than just these 2-block distances. But well, we'll see how we do that. We might have to update these 2 channels here. But yeah, we want to connect this up to a sugarcane and then make it an auto farm, essentially. Well, maybe I just split this off into 2 and have some gunpowder at the ready as well. Ooh, now I'm thinking, maybe this is the gunpowder section. And then let me just sleep the night away. So yeah, maybe that's the gunpowder section. And then if we go up there, maybe in the throne room that I have sort of added, it's not really done yet, but maybe if we go around the back here, through this little door, and then through the tower, and then over here, there is not really a staircase, but yeah, this is a floor that I added. I really liked this floor, this sort of pattern here, but maybe over here I want something? I have no idea. We'll have to figure out where I'm gonna get my rockets from. So yeah, let's go ahead and, like I said, place a bunch of torches, and then we get back to the sugarcane. I also went ahead and added a small path and a few flowers here, which would make it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to walk around here. And I was also thinking, I have a mob farm down here, and it can be seen, I think, a little bit here somewhere, but it essentially goes all the way down and ends up somewhere down there. And so what I would like to do is maybe from the mob farm, I make a path that goes underneath the tower here, and maybe this tower, or maybe in that tower, or somewhere down here, I make an access point to quickly access the mob farm, instead of having to walk down that annoying staircase and just have like a water channel, just like the other ones I have. That would make it nice and easy. So maybe I'll do that as well. Since I have to dig through there anyway, I'll have to dig a little bit further to my sugarcane farm that I'm going to build in just a minute. So yeah, I think I'll go ahead and do that as well. I probably won't do that on camera because it's like a very simple thing, but I just wanted to mention that. And yeah, now I'm gonna probably go ahead and go over to the location of where I want to put the sugarcane farm. And as you can see, I caught a few creepers. I also have a few creepers further down the line. I think I caught 11 that I want to put in the towers and around the castle. I think I have a couple of them here. Yeah, look at that. There's one there. There's another one there. Some of them are still moving. The others I'm gonna have to push with like a furnace minecart or something like that. So yeah, I'm quickly gonna go ahead and make my way over to the sugarcane farm location that I have chosen. And there we are. This is down into the mines. We're down in the city street that I made here, which I really like. But I want to go ahead and add a little bit. Slowly, I'm going to work towards my amethyst mine and my iron farm and the access point. Like over here, we want to have a few shops or buildings. And I think this spot right here is going to be used right now. I want to build my sugarcane farm. Over here, we have like a little channel that we can look down on. And I thought it would be pretty cool to have minecarts passing through the caves here. And perhaps what I can do is the sugarcane, I'm putting that in a minecart and sending that off to the gunpowder farm. And I'm going to do that through this little section so we can actually see the sugarcane being transported over there. I think that would be pretty cool. But yeah, I'm going to have to dig this out. I'm not entirely sure how big of a sugarcane farm I'm going to build yet. But yeah, let's go ahead and get digging. There it is, we finished digging a hole. And as you can see, I filled it with the line of hoppers. Now, this is kind of the idea that I have with this sugarcane farm. As you see here, I added a little bit of dirt, extended it all the way over here, then connected it to this rock here, which I think I'll be turning into part of the building as well. Make that part of the wall. Maybe I'll extend this one a little bit up. I'm not sure. And then over there we have the minecart crossing over so we can see it, and then it'll disappear into the cave, taking a shortcut all the way to the fortress. Then here I'll probably have the entrance, and that will lead straight into this long hallway in between all of the sugarcane farm. And what I want to have up here is probably some glass windows, maybe some wood or something at the bottom, maybe some mud brick, I'm not exactly sure. We'll get some details going on. And then when the sugarcane drops, it gets fed all the way to the back, and then somewhere here in the back I'll make a pickup system with like some minecarts that will bring it all the way over there. Now, why do I do it over here, not at the front? Because I think it'll make it a little bit easier, otherwise I'll have to send it underneath or do something like that. Now I'm just going to go ahead and hide it in the back. I think that will be a little bit nicer. And I will probably also split some of it off as like a separate pickup point, so we leave some of the sugarcane for just collecting. Maybe I'll have to make a separate split off point here, so one of these hopper lines goes into a chest that I want to collect over here in this small area. I think that'll be fun, and then we don't use all of the sugarcane just to make bone meal. Now what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to craft a few more observers and pistons and all that, and just start building this whole thing. And I think I'll just show a few snippets of us putting it together, and then I'll show you the final detailed result with all of the interior and probably the exterior done as well. So let's go ahead and get building. And we're back. This is the first little bit that I have created. We have a little pathway here for the minecart and a little building. I also went ahead and did some of the interior. As you can see, I went with a nice green floor. I used some tinted glass, but I have some lighting here. But I also needed to light on the sugarcane because apparently mobs can spawn on that. So we don't want that. I do have the redstone showing, which I actually kind of like. It is a very nice hallway. And then all the way at the end is where we're doing a little bit of redstone. I have a small system here that I've used before to send off this minecart when it actually has more than this in it, which I should temporarily disable this so the minecart isn't going to be sent while we're digging the tunnel, because as you may have seen, or as you're going to see right now, is that this doesn't really go anywhere. That ends. I need to dig the tunnel all the way to the castle, so that is going to be the next step. So let's go ahead and start digging, and we'll see later if we can get back to this interior. And we're back. Now I have made this a little bit lower. This is where my creeper farm originally had an output. I extended it with a little bit more chests. And as you can see, I have split it in 2 chests. One will be for me to access gunpowder whenever I want. Maybe whenever I want to make some TNT or something. I'm not sure when I will be needing that. But here we have most of the gunpowder that has been turned into some rockets. I have a auto crafting system here. This is mostly the idea of auto crafting some sugarcane. When we have a third one, it triggers the auto crafter and it's going to put it in here and craft some paper. Over here I have a system that I'm trying to experiment with, that when it crafts the paper, it puts some in the dropper here, and then it's going to trigger this this hopper here, and it's going to flick back and forth 3 times, crafting 3 rockets, or well, at least 9 rockets. However, what I don't want it to do is when this starts overloading with a bunch of sugarcane all at once, to then have a ton of paper in here, and then it's not going to keep up with the amount of paper. So I think this line is currently going to lock the hopper when it's crafting some sugarcane. So hopefully it should only do 3 at a time, and then 3 times crafting the rockets, and then it crafts another set of paper. And hopefully that's now going to work. But yeah, I'm still experimenting with that a little bit, trying to come up with ways to make that work. Another thing that I could try is maybe only put gunpowder in here together with the paper. But that is also kind of tricky because I need to figure out how to get exactly 3 gunpowder in there then. So it's somewhat similar. So I could, I guess, use this line to also unlock the hopper in a way. That is another idea that I could use. But then I would have to change the setup a little bit because currently it's feeding into this chest. So maybe it would need to feed into this crafter then instead. And then I have some room here with these 4 blocks. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to keep experimenting with that. My redstone knowledge is only slowly increasing. I have only started using these, what are they called again? Comparators, there we go. And yeah, it's slowly, I do like them. And now, of course, this is the first time we're using the auto crafters, so that's quite fun. And yeah, we already have quite a few rockets. Our rocket box, actually, I should fill that up because I don't think I have it completely filled. Where's the rockets? Here we go. See, there we go. Not many rockets in, so let's go ahead and fill that up. We'll have plenty of rockets to keep going for a while. And yeah, no need to worry about that. Next up, I think, one small thing that I still want to do, and I mentioned this earlier, is I want to go ahead and connect my mob farm to the castle. And I think I'm going to stick with what I said earlier and make an entrance maybe here. Maybe it'll be a secret entrance. Maybe you jump down here, there's like a trapdoor here, they open, and boom, you jump down straight away. But yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to dig a tunnel first, though. So let's go ahead and do that. And that'll be probably the last thing that I want to do this episode. I'm quite happy with it. Oh, I am completely forgetting. There is one very important thing that I still have to do this episode, and that is put creepers in the creeper castle. I mean, currently it's a little bit empty, isn't it? And we're going to have to find a few spots. I think what I want to do is I want to get at least 1 on each of these towers. So that'll be 3 creepers. Then at least 1 in this one and 1 in this. So that'll be 5. Then I want to have 1 or 2 in here. So that is 7. Let's see. Some on the walls, perhaps. Maybe 1 over there. 8. Maybe 9, 10, 11. So maybe some on the walls too. I think that is actually a good idea. Maybe 1 should be in one of these instead. Like one of the small gaps. That could also be very fun. Alright, well, that's something that I'm gonna have to do as well. Let's actually do that. I don't think this mob drop could be fun, but that's something that I can do whenever I want. It's not really very exciting to watch either. It's just a tunnel, and that's about it. So let's go ahead and start moving those creepers and put them in the towers. And so we can actually call it a creeper castle. The first one is gonna go up in this tower. So let's go ahead and see if I did everything correctly. We're just gonna go ahead and break this block and hopefully... Oh, screw things up. Okay, I have this minecart here. Oh boy, this is gonna be tricky because now what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to somehow get this one on the rails again. I feel like we're gonna have to do that all the time. There we go. Okay. Oh, we probably need coal as well, right? Let's get some coal. And I will also have to see if I can somehow break this as we send it. Oh, I am probably gonna have to move this a little bit. Hang on, let me just move this. I don't want to get too close to him. Gonna go ahead and do this. The creeper is looking at me being like, what are you doing? Alright, let's get that. Now... Oh god. That is the wrong way around, isn't it? Oh, it needs to go this way. Okay, hang on. Why is it not moving? So it would be better to go this way. Oh, dang it. Alright, we have 10 creepers. Oh my goodness, I knew this was going to be a problem. Right, we're going to have to capture probably a few more creepers in the night. Let's go ahead and see if we can do this somehow. Oh boy, this is a tricky one. How am I going to do this? Relocating these guys is definitely tricky. Right. Don't know if that will snap instantly to the other one. I sure hope so. No, it doesn't. Okay, there we go. Okay, so maybe that's what I should do. Break the corner. Alright, here we go. Let's see if we can follow him. Okay, let's see if he drops into the tower. Oh! Oh, you can see his head poke out. It's a little bit, less than I had hoped for. But maybe I should put him on a slab then next time. That could be decent. Hi. Yeah, you enjoying that over there? I am going to put this on my hotbar. We're moving these here. And then I need to break this one. Oh no. Oh. No, he didn't. Give it a little boot. Oh, perfect. It's not really how the minecart is supposed to work, I guess. Maybe we should have right-clicked with coal or something. Maybe that works. Right, this one should be on the wall. Let's watch from over here. Let's watch it drop. And there it goes. Oh, oh, that's perfect. Oh, I love that. Creepers moving into Creeper Castle. Now this one is going to sit on the higher tower over there. Let's zoom in. And there he goes. Oh, he got a bit damaged. Oh. Okay, maybe I shouldn't drop them from too high then. But he's sitting up there nicely. This one is sitting a bit low, but look at that. Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, with the other ones, I might have to be a bit careful then to not drop them so high. Okay, let's go ahead and adjust that. You guys are gonna see the result when I have positioned all of them, but yeah, as you can see, this is a little bit of a back and forth, and the others I've captured are quite a bit further away, so that's gonna take an even longer highway. Yeah, I'll see you back here when I have put them all in their place. I have put all of them in place, and it is quite scary to walk around here actually, because, you know, over there, boom, creeper. Up there. There he is, another creeper. There we got a couple of creepers. We got one over there in the tower. Got another one over there in the tower. You can't even see it from here. There you go. And there is another one up here, over there in that tower. And here there is two. And then all the way in the back, you can't really see it from this side. But all the way over there you see him poking out. Another creeper. So yeah, I think it's 12 creepers now over here. It is truly a creeper castle now. And this is, you know, kind of what I wanted to do with this place, to have at least a few inhabitants of this castle. And now it is actually going to be a working facility, hopefully, where I can sometimes come to collect some rockets. And let's go ahead and see if maybe in the meantime we have got some extras. No, it does not look like that. Maybe I need to check if we have gotten any sugarcane, because the sugarcane farm to be fair, is kind of slow. I on purpose made it to be basically a slower one, but I might want to increase the amount of sugarcane. Maybe I'll double the size of it or something. So yeah, we'll have to see that. All right, a little view from the redstone again. I did some testing and what I had did not work. Right now, the way it works is the sugarcane crafts as soon as all of the sugarcane here is full. It instantly crafts it into 3 paper. It then lands in here, and then because that is full, because it compares to this crafter, it will start running this clock. As you see, when I turn this off, it'll start running, and when that activates, it'll activate both the dropper and the crafter. It will do that as long as there is paper in here, and we start with a gunpowder in here so that when the paper gets in here, it doesn't get split over 2 different slots, and we activate the dropper so that there is always at least 1 gunpowder in here. And this hopefully should work. I'm gonna have to test this with a ton of sugarcane at the same time so that we get paper crafting and the gunpowder crafting at the same time, so that hopefully they don't switch slots. Otherwise I'm gonna have to have like 2 gunpowder in here to start off with or something like that. And maybe that might actually be better just as a safety, just that the slot doesn't get taken ever. Yeah, other than that, I think we have done most of the stuff that we wanted to do this episode. Welcome to another episode of 5 Lives, 5 Styles. And if this is your first time with the series, let me explain it really quickly. Every time I die, I lose a life and I change build style. And, you know, I still have 4 lives left. This is our second build style. While it's a little bit tricky to see, but over there is some of the build, and the docks I would consider is also part of this. Now, this section over here is quite a big cave, and I don't really like it. It is also connected to probably one of the most dangerous caves that I have ever come across. It is down here, and it is very, very deep. So I don't want to fall down there. And over here we have an iron farm that is looking mighty ugly. We have a zombie hidden up here that I want to keep safe, and I don't want it to attack the villagers. And yeah, so I have also gone ahead and collected a little bit of resources. I am going to be collecting a bit more, and I want to transform this cave into a beautiful amethyst cave. Now, of course, we have this amethyst node here that I want to use every now and then to collect some amethysts. But this entire cave, I want it to be quite pretty. I want some amethyst gemstones on several spots, and I want it to be a lot more interesting and beautiful to walk through instead of this wood over here and connecting this to the city. Now, the connection part, I am not sure if we'll get to it this episode. I will do my best to do so. Depends a little bit on how long this transformation will take, because it's a lot of resources. I also want to go ahead and extend the mineshaft this episode, which I am thinking I will have to do some caving, because it is connected to one of the bigger caves I think that I have found so far. And I want to explore it and see where it leads. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to quickly show you a few clips of me collecting some of these resources, and probably collect a few more. And then we're going to come back right here and start building. Wow, a double city with double boat. That is crazy. I'm just going to the nether here to get a few extra boxes, and wow, that is lucky. Editor Gauss here. I of course mean the end, not the nether. Spire armor trim. Let's go. I don't think I had this one. I have the other trim, but not this one, I think. And then, after all of that mining and collecting resources, a quick tool repair. We're back. As you can see, there is a couple more shulker boxes, and I have, as I said, collected a few more resources. Luckily, I already had a bunch of tuff from mining earlier. I crafted a few variation blocks to bring some details. I might even add a few ores in here or there. Then we have some grey concrete, we have some wool, we've got a little packed mud and mud bricks, which we're going to use to build a little house around the iron farm, because this wood is pretty ugly, I don't really like it. Then we have a little bit of stone and light grey wool that I want to use as sort of a connecting path over here. So instead of making it all these wood trapdoors, I don't really want to do that all the way. I kind of want to do that for this area. I'm going to transition that into a path with the stone. So that's something I want to do as well. And then of course we have tons of cobbled deep slate for the walls, and then for the ceiling I want to make it a combination of mud and light grey wool, or sorry, grey wool. And then for the floor we've got grey wool, we've got some smooth basalt and some grey concrete powder. And as you can see, I also have a bunch of carpets here that I'm going to be using to make it spawn proof. As you can see, this area here is mostly slabs, and that is because the area that the iron golems can spawn in needs to be slabs, or at least other blocks that they can't spawn on. And that leaves us with only a couple of blocks basically that we can use. At least in this tint. We have, of course, the cobbled deep slate variant blocks that we could use. We have the grey carpets, and I think that's mostly going to be it. So that's what we're going to be challenged with, to keep it with slabs, stairs, walls, and carpets. So yeah, let's go ahead and start a time-lapse and build this cave. Before I forget, I want to actually disable this farm so I can freely tear up this floor and replace it with new blocks, because otherwise maybe there will be an iron golem that spawns, and especially if I start going near the zombie, that will probably be a very, very bad thing. So let's go ahead and quickly do this. Well, quickly I say, but I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful. I'm gonna have to make sure that nothing can spawn while I do this as well. So that's why I'm using slabs right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'll place slabs up here for now. Oh, that works too, I guess. Then I'm gonna lock these in so they won't be able to see the zombie anymore, and that should be disabling the iron farm for now. And then later I'm going to also make it so that I can activate and deactivate the iron farm, because it's so much overproducing the iron right now. So whenever I need it, I can turn it back on. So yeah, let's now go ahead and actually start the time lapse. This is looking so much better now. We have amethysts all around us, and I covered up this bit a little bit. And the one thing that I still have to do, I guess, is open this up so we can see the cave below. Now, this is extremely dangerous, but obviously we're going to do that here. And I might have to change this diorite to andesite at some point. But yeah, down there, if you can see it, is that, which is a little bit dangerous. But yeah, that's something that we're going to do eventually. So let me go ahead and torch this so nothing spawns there. That's something that I want to open up. We'll maybe do that later in the episode. And one of the things I wanted to mention as well is with the building here, I had to make sure that everything is non-spawnable, of course. So we have the carpets, we have the slabs and the stairs and everything like that. And even in here, we have slabs and stairs to cover all of the spots to not be spawnable. Of course, rails are not spawnable either, and trapdoors. So I added a bunch of details to this little building, and it's looking a lot better now. This is not a small wooden box, and the zombie is well hidden over there in the rock. And the ceiling is a combination of mud and wool. And then over here you can see we have a lighter path with some light gray wool, some stone, some andesite that leads us to, of course, the entrance to the building, which is still pretty plain. And then, of course, eventually we're going to connect this into the tunnel, to the city. I didn't really want to continue past this point for now. I'm not exactly sure where I want to start with the buildings, so I didn't really want to continue just extending the cave as is. And I might want to transform some of this into a bit of a darker cave, or maybe we'll just transition into a lighter cave as well. Now, I am very happy with this, and of course also added a bit of a working station here, I would say, like as if they're built this to collect from this node as well, right? We have, of course, these nodes that are being collected from, but this one is quite in reach. So maybe that's one that they also want to harvest every now and then, because the other ones are quite high up and might not be so suitable to harvest. Now entering this cave is a lot more interesting. One other thing is that I extended a little bit past the back here. It's a little bit difficult to see, but the reason I did this, and I of course also made a little bit of detail andesite and some light gray wool to blend it with the regular stone. It doesn't go all the way up, but there, of course, it doesn't really blend as well. Eventually, maybe I'll make some more blends here, just like I did over there, so that we don't get this harsh transition from above to down below here. That would be nice, but for now, look at that, there's this giant hole. Yeah, there's definitely some things that we could make even better here, but I'm already very happy with this. Next up, what I want to do is I want to explore a different cave, a cave that is close to the mineshaft that we've created. Now, of course, we have a mess of shulker boxes right here that we've mined out and collected. So yeah, that's going to need to be cleared up eventually as well. But we're going to be exploring a cave. And I already know that there is somewhere around my base, there is an ancient city. I've been running into the deep dark, just like you saw down there, like every once in a while. And I did find an ancient city somewhere below my base, more towards the ocean. So if we do run into an ancient city, that's going to be very interesting and super dangerous. But I do want to go to that. Now, in one of these boxes, there is a bunch of gray wool. And since I already have this gray wool here, I might as well bring this box with me and go into the ancient city, because wool blocks all of the sound, or at least you can place and break it without alerting the warden. So let's go ahead and explore the cave and possibly an ancient city. Well, it sure didn't take long. Here we go. We got some deep dark. Let's go ahead and see if we can explore this. Now, I have my elytra with me. I have firework rockets. I also have potion of strength and potion of night vision. I don't know if I need the strength, actually. The night vision potion might be useful when we do find the ancient city, but not now. Not yet, anyway. Oh, there's rotten flesh we can keep here. We don't need the bones either. We've got so many. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and go through here and hopefully not spawn any wardens, because that would be absolutely terrifying. Now, there is a way out. I did bring my elytra in case I need an escape, but oh my goodness. I am terrified, actually. There is a Shrieker here. And an ancient city. Oh my goodness. I was looking at the Shrieker first. But that is an ancient city. Let me block that off. That Shrieker should now be harmless, but oh boy. That is an ancient city. I am going to risk it with one torch here. Okay, there is not even any sensors around. Alright, that's good. Oh, are we gonna go down here? That's... oh, so terrified. Now, going down this, will that trigger this? That's what I'm worried about. What I want to do actually is... I should set my bed up here if I die somewhere. Right. I do have, I think, some armor here, right? So I should be able to grab a sword maybe. This is my backup, essentially, for when I do eventually, hopefully not, but when I die, this is my backup. Oh wait, my night vision potions, hang on. Should grab a few more on me. I'll keep 3 on me. That is about 24 minutes of night vision. That should be alright. That way it should help a lot. Let's go ahead and consume the first one. That should help a lot with exploring this. Alright, I was just gonna jump down. We have a few triggers that we can do, right? Let's just jump down. Oh boy. I'm so terrified. Now over there, I think, was it... oh god. There is one portion of this that I have seen, at least. I have not gone into this ancient city, but I've seen this, I think, from a different point. Oh god. This is a very slow descent. I could have just dropped down, I guess, but... I don't want to risk it. Let's go ahead and grab this. Oh god. Now I'm just gonna go to a corner here that I hope has some loot. Now I don't think there's any shriekers in this little area, so I'm just gonna snag one of these. I would like to have one. What are these called again? Catalysts, that's what it is. Alright. Now, I haven't found any chests. There's a shrieker over there. There's a bunch of shriekers and some catalysts. Oh, there was a thingy. Oh. Well, there's no shriekers nearby, I think. But, yeah, where are the chests? So far, no luck. Found the first chest, however, there is 2 shriekers nearby. And this one, oh, this one is gonna trigger, isn't it? This one right here. I'll have to remove this, I think. Somehow. I'm gonna have to remove this one without triggering a different one, right? So I'm just gonna block this one in and then check the surrounding area to see if there's any other shriekers that could potentially trigger from this. I'm gonna block these in, I think, so that those sensors don't go off if I trigger that, because I think they share a signal or something. Now those won't be reached, then that one might. Let me just path over that and block that one in. Alright, here goes nothing, right? Here goes nothing. Oof, that worked. Okay, that worked. Okay, we got some disc fragments, some name tags, a bunch of soul torches. I guess we take those. Oh, efficiency mending. Alright, well, I can possibly use that. I don't need torches right now. Oh god, all the lava down there. Goodness. What is this? This is dangerous as hell. Oh, there's a chest there. I wonder. Oh. There's no way that... oh. Oh, that could have been bad, but that also helps. So that is pretty tricky with the carpet. If you accidentally destroy that, could be bad. All right. Now I know that encasing the block as much as possible could help, right? So let's see how much we can block the sound from escaping. Oh god. I set it off once, but better to loot it, right? Oh, I set it off twice. Oh god. I have to be careful then. Oh. Now I am actually terrified. There is 4 that you can set off, so I can only set it off once without triggering a warden then. Oh my goodness. There we go. We found ourselves a swift sneak book. Yeah, we got some Lena other side discs. Very nice. All right. Well, so far so good. We've triggered it twice. Let's not trigger it again, so we're safe all the way. Look at that. We found Swift Sneak 3. I'm struggling so much to say Swift Sneak. Oh, well, so far so good. I can also see the torches that we've placed in a previous mining session. So I think that I am pretty close to a quote-unquote safe area. But there is so much lava underneath this place, it's actually ridiculous. Like, look over here. What is going on with these giant lava lakes here? And how am I going to get there? Like, is that even where I would want to go? No idea, I don't think so. I think I'm gonna try and find a few more chests and then leave. My night vision is about to run out. I think I have seen about all that I can from this place. I've got a Swift Sneak 3, I've got the music disc. Maybe the armor trims, right? Oh, I do want the armor trims, kind of. But I might have to go to a few more ancient cities to get those. Block it in like this. Oh god. Then this should be as safe as can be. Surely, right? Surely. There we go. No, it did set it off. Okay. Well, I'm still safe. I blocked it in by accident. I wanted to quickly open it and loot it, but... Alright, I think this is our time to leave. We might be good if we wait a few minutes for some of the triggers to dissipate. Oh, there was another chest there, not looted. Another time, another time. How fun it would be to spawn a warden on accident, right? Oh man. This is some of the more terrifying stuff in Minecraft. I like it though, it's fun, but man. Alright, I think we make our exit here, our very heroic exit. And not spawn a warden on the way out. And we're safe. Oh, well, that was a fun little excursion here. Luckily, no death happened, which is always great. Alright, since we got Swift Sneak, let's go ahead and apply it to our pants. Because, you know, while that makes sense to be applied to boots, it actually goes on the pants from what I remember. There we go. We can enchant it, and now we can swiftly sneak instead of, you know, going super slow. And I wanted to equip it over there. So now, look at that. Oh, that's so fast. That's gonna take some getting used to. I don't think I've ever had Swift Sneak on my pants. Well, now we're gonna have it, and we're gonna fall off of things even more. Wonderful. Now, unfortunately, in the past few weeks, I have had some very sad news. My very dear Sushi, my cat, has unfortunately passed away. And it's been very difficult, actually. And here, look at the weather. It's raining, so it's perfectly matching. But I want to honor Sushi in my Minecraft world, so that she has a permanent spot here in this world. And I think this spot right here will do perfectly. And I'm going to build a small memorial right here to honor her forever and give her a place. So let's go ahead and build that real quickly here. So for the memorial itself, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and build like a little statue or like a little pillar actually. And I'm going to be using mostly tuff, a combination of stone here. I will also use this beautiful lodestone right here. Then we finish it off with tuff. And 2 tough pillars. There we go. And then we have ourselves a small rock. However, oh, hang on. Whoops. Want to actually make that one higher. This one sits a little low now. Let's go ahead and place that one higher. Let's go ahead and do it like this. And then we go one up. That's a little better. And then to give it a little bit of love on the side, we're going to have some candles. But I also want to go ahead and place a vine right there and put some buttons so it doesn't spread. I might actually want to have an extra button, hang on, to give the pillar itself a little bit of detail on the other side as well. There we go. See that? You get a little bit of knobs on the side. And then we go ahead, oh, no, we don't want it there. Place the candles. Oh my god. My scroll wheel. We place the candles there. And then I should have a torch. Light the candles. There. Beautiful. That should do nicely. Now, something else that I would want still is some leaves on the side. Some over there on this side. Some there. Some leaves there. Yeah, you know what? That looks nice. I like that. Maybe, you know, maybe I add one more here. Maybe that goes a little bit higher. Sure. And let's go ahead and sleep the night away before we get attacked by some monsters. And as a little finishing touch, I got myself some small bits of concrete powder, which I think works as kind of a dirt underground. And I think this should also then go ahead and be maybe some mangrove. The reason I'm adding that is that this feels more as a walked / used floor, and it blends very well with the red mycelium nylium blocks. And so now here what we have is I want to add a little bit of a path away from this. And so I'm going to go ahead and break all of these boxes, I think, and we add a little bit of a path going away from here. And as a finishing touch, we of course put a sign up. Here rests Sushi. May she find eternal peace. I think that's pretty good. And then we're going to make it brown and we're going to light it up a little bit. Well, we got an achievement for that. This is going to be quite nice. Of course, it is a very sad monument, but I'm glad to be giving her a permanent spot in my world. Now, I don't want to, of course, end this episode on a very sad note, and we are in the midst of the holiday season. So, of course, we're going to try and end this on a cheerful note, because it's very important to spend this time with family and people you love. So, I'm going to build up some small fireworks in the area and send this year off with a bang, because this marks the 1 year existence of this world. And I cannot believe the amount of stuff we've done. We started out here with this little building, and we terraformed this entire region. We built some farms, we've built an underground city, or at least a street. We expanded to a trading hall and docks. We started a mine shaft that has expanded quite a bit. We have raided the end and the ancient city, and so many more things to come. Hello, my name is Goscalyon, and welcome to another episode of 5 Lives, 5 Styles. This is going to be the first one of 2025, and I have finally gotten around to updating this world to 1.21.4, which includes the December drop, otherwise known as the Pill Garden. Now, last episode, we did something really cool. We completely overhauled the Amethyst Cave that you can see right here. And that is something that I want to continue this episode, because we have this little section here that is not done, and I want to go ahead and connect that to the street that you can see further down the line. I have put down a few signs as to my ideas for all of these different things that I will talk to you about later in the episode. And while we're going to be doing that, I want to focus this little section here on some part of the December update. As you can see right here, it says a resin farm, and I'm going to be using some blocks from the update, from the pale wood, for example, and I'm going to be using the creakings to farm some resin. But For that, we are going to need some creakings, aka we need to find some creaking hearts in the Pale Gardens. So we're going to fly off and find ourselves one of these biomes. As we fly off to discover what Mojang added in the December update, I am going to talk about some of the things that I would like to see in a future update myself. If you yourself have some cool ideas of things that you would like to see added to the game, or have some ideas or thoughts about my ideas, please let me know in the comments below. One of the things that I would like to see Mojang add to the game is different color leaves, like red, orange, yellow. These colors, like autumn colored leaves, I would find really cool to add them to the game and to be able to build ourselves some really cool trees with this. Another thing that I can't wait for, and I'm pretty sure the entire Minecraft community is waiting for this, is an overhaul of the end dimension. Obviously, the end is quite a bit lacking when it comes to the visual diversity. We just have the end stone and some purple, and that's pretty much it. I would really like to see them add new biomes to get some diversity, just like they did with the Nether update, which was one of my favorite updates in the past so far. And, you know, maybe some few passive mobs or aggressive mobs. And on top of that, I would love to have more reasons to go there. Even though I don't like the dimension itself, the void always terrifies me to bits. But yeah, you know, we go there to get our elytra, we get our shulker boxes, and then we never go there again. Because Endstone has not really gotten a lot of variants and a lot of use cases to build with, so maybe that could also be a really good idea, to add some variety to the Endstone. Lastly, I would like to see them add some more reasons and some more rewards maybe to structures in the world. Because now you kind of go to these structures once and never return. Like the outpost and the mansions. You go there, you get the things that you want, or in the case of mansions, I'm not even sure what I can get there that is going to be useful for me. Maybe some totems, I don't know. Some trims, I guess the trims are the most valuable reward from these structures at the moment. What I thought could be a very cool idea is if you have sort of a state where you conquer the mansion or the outpost, and you destroy maybe a specific object. And after that, a specific villager spawns, and this villager is now freed and offers you a couple of one-off trades from a pool of really good trades. And now you have a cool reason to go to these structures, defeat them, and get a potential of some really good trades that you're looking for. Well, I'm pretty sure that I could talk the entire episode about other ideas that I might have, but this is all of the resources that I want from this biome, so now let's go ahead and bring all of these resources back and start making a mineshaft extension. For this week's mineshaft extension, you guessed it, we're going to be theming it around the Pale Garden. I want to actually make it a little bit dangerous, and I think that I'm going to go all the way down to our latest section that we discovered. I kind of forgot to make a mineshaft extension last week. I meant to actually work on this little section down here. We explored it all the way to an ancient city, and now it's sort of open to make this into something pretty. And I want to go ahead and extend it all the way to the ancient city. So first off, I think I'm going to make this section a little bit thinner, and I'm going to also be placing a lot of Pale Garden trees and creaking hearts, and walking through this is actually going to be terrifying. That's the idea. But of course, it should also be functional. I am going to be placing a bunch of tracks around to turn it into an actual mine. But now, let's build it. And as we're building this episode's mineshaft extension, I want to thank you for your support. If you liked the video, please let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe, because it helps the algorithm. And there we go. That is the new Mineshaft edition. This is probably the spookiest edition, because it is a pretty dark forest, and it has, as you can see, the creaking wandering around. Now, they haven't really spotted me yet, but I am pretty sure that if I start walking in here, they will definitely catch on that it is me, right? Or are they friendly to me now? Oh, they are not friendly, right? If I do this, yeah, they are definitely not friendly. So yes, I have a beautiful addition here in the mineshaft, where I can tell whether it is day or night, which is going to be maybe pretty useful. Now you'll notice that this section here might actually need to be cleared up at some point, because this is just plain stone. Oh hi, are you coming with me? I don't want that. Just stay over there, please. Thank you. Now, oh, I shouldn't do that probably, it will generate resin. Anyway, now what I want to do is I want to use more of this pale wood. I want to use more of these guys, and I want to get more resin, because as you might see, let's open one of these boxes. Do I have it still here? Somewhere. There is a box with a lot of resin in there, but not enough. Stop it. Not enough. I need a lot more, and that's why I'm gonna need to craft a few creaking hearts and make a small farm for these guys, so that I can get all of the resin that I might want. And the perfect place for that is going to be right where we started this episode, in this city street. And that is right here. So let's go ahead and clear a little bit of space, because this resin farm is a little bit bigger than this space that I have right now. And then afterwards, I want to also build a front side to it, which I will do in first person with a little bit of information as I'm building it. But first, we're going to build the actual resin farm, and I'm going to do that in a quick time lapse. So let's roll it. And there we have it. I have had a little bit of issues with the spawning on this side. They're still spawning outside here. I fixed that a little bit, and I will probably have to fix that by making that inspawnable or unspawnable with slabs and all that kind of stuff. But that will come later. Right now we have a working resin farm that is spawning a few creaking inside. I don't have enough creaking hearts to finish the entire thing, and I will probably have to wait with this until I have made all of that there spawn proof. But this one is created, at least the design I saw, by DocM77, which was pretty nice. However, I am not making it as tall and as big as his, probably, because mine, I only need so much resin. I'm probably going to use this a little bit to fill this entire thing with creaking hearts. And after that, I don't know how much resin I'll actually need. How does it work, you wonder? Well, we have a little bit of redstone here. We have a line walking around that is connected to a few dispensers that is going to put water in each corner, putting all of the creaking to the center. Then we have them all put into one single corner here in this little bit. And then what we do is we swipe with sweeping edge. And as you can see, the lines go all the way to the resin, the particles. And you just repeat this a little bit, and at some point you'll see resin up on these walls. And hopefully everything works. I haven't tested this. But at some point the entire walls start to fill up. And that should have triggered already, because that filled with resin, which should have triggered a piston being pushed out. But for some reason that didn't trigger, so I'm going to have to figure out why that didn't trigger. But the essence of the idea is that that triggers because of the resin being put on the wall, and then the entire wall shifts, being pushed around the corner with pistons. And so what we're going to have to do is keep repeating that until the entire wall is full, essentially. But yeah, let's go ahead and see and fix that, and go ahead and fill this entire thing. But I'm not going to bore you with any of that. I want to get focused on this street back here. And I want to build a cool front to this, because this is obviously quite obvious and ugly. And I want to have a nice entrance that is also themed around the resin, but mainly around the pale wood. So it's going to be a combination of pale oak logs and pale oak planks with a couple of decorations. So let's go ahead and build that right now. I start off with some acacia wood, and then I want to go ahead and start placing some chiseled brick. And I want to, well, chiseled quartz block, sorry. And then we go ahead and make that 4 high, I think. And then I might actually cut out the ceiling a little bit to make it slightly lower. I'll go ahead and do that real quick. Because what I'm thinking is I want to have a beam at the top that is going horizontally. And I want to use acacia wood for that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and place this here and this there. And I'm mainly going to be building a horizontal line full of acacia like this. And every now and then I'll break it up a little bit and get some of this beautiful tuff, which fits quite nicely, I think. And then I think we just do this. And then maybe we add 1. And then we continue with 2 more of these. No. That one we won't need. Let's fill that back up, actually, that hole over there. And then what we can do is do a last one, like that. I think that could be nice, because let's see. Here I want to roughly have... Oh wait, did I do it too low? I'm an idiot, I did this all too low. I'm like, let's cut out the ceiling and then fill up the ceiling again. Oh my goodness. Definitely wide awake over here. Let's cut away a little bit more of the ceiling. And let's then fill it back up. No, I'm joking. Let's not go ahead and do that. Now that we've done that, let's actually first, before we do that again, maybe I missed something else that I'm not thinking of. Oh, what I also see is that I made the wrong quartz block. This one is correct. Oh, no, that one is the wrong one. This one is the correct one. But the other one needs to be smooth quartz. Can I make that one? Hang on, how do I make that? Oh, I figured it out. We need to smelt this. Hang on. I get a chance to use my super smelter again. Well, super smelter is not really that super. It's a mediocre smelter. Let's go ahead and drop the correct thing in here. Block of quartz. There's the first set. Coming back out. Yeah, there we go. Smooth quartz. That's the block that I need. Then there's a couple left over here. Now we can continue building. Yeah, the reason I want the smooth quartz is because the smooth quartz actually connects to the other textures. Or I mean, connects to each other a little bit better than the block of quartz. It has like a harsh line. So yeah, here we go. We have this. That's what I want. You see that? It's a much nicer connection. And what I also want, not that. What I also want to do here, I think, is I'll switch over to get a few of these guys in. And of course, not in that color. I want to strip them. There we go. Now they are beautiful, nice, and stripped. I don't think it matters what block I'm going to put here. So let's just go ahead and disguise that with a block of stone. Because I want to put this on top of that. And then here we can put a fence in there. Look at the creaking over there. Now I hope it doesn't spawn here. Previously I had one issue where a creaking spawned over here somewhere. Even though I think the range is supposed to be 16 blocks, which I counted to be over there or something. So let's hope it doesn't spawn anywhere close to us. Now obviously that's not all. We want to decorate this a little bit as well. So let's go ahead and remove a little bit of this. Put some of this in. We can blend this with the stone quite easily later on. And then I want to vary this up a little bit. Maybe actually higher. It's randomized. There we go. I'll also go ahead and add a few bushes on either side of the door to give it a bit more framing and a little bit more darkness. Now obviously it currently blends very terribly with the granite. And there is no light here. I should get some lichen. So let's go ahead and... Now we don't want this to be too bright, but I do want to be a little bit of light. So let's go ahead and put it over here. Ooh, that is actually a bit bright. How am I going to do that? Here maybe? That looks a bit strange. Oh, I am just wasting that, aren't I? This is going to be terrible for visitors. Like zombies and everything, but having it a bit darker will absolutely work. Yeah, this could be a nice little building, isn't it? Now, we do need a hanging sign here. Let's go ahead and craft that. And we just need one, right? And then we call it Dr. Bones. Resin Coordinator. Or something like that. Yep. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm going to do with the lighting on this little street. Or this portion of the street, anyway. I have to figure that out somehow. But for now, I think that'll do it. Just needs an interior, and I need to connect this a little bit with some deep slate. I don't think I brought it with me, so I'm going to have to get that. Alright, and we're back. I have a little bit of cobblestone. So let's go ahead and... Well, it's not cobblestone, it's cobbled deep slate, but... Same thing, right? Same thing. So what I want to do is I want to mock up a little bit of a ceiling here. I don't like this one too much yet. Let's go ahead and do a similar thing here. Maybe what I actually do is I do this. Oh, not that. Not that either, but oh. Okay. No, that's the wrong direction. How about that one? So now actually it was useful. The one that I accidentally placed was useful. All right. How does that look? Is that a little bit better? I think it might be. But then this corner is a little bit sharp. So let's go ahead and add that. And of course we have to cover that up a little bit. Let's add a few more stairs. Boom. Super expensive stairs. No, that's not the right place. Now, obviously, this part, we're going to have to connect over to the other side, whatever building is going to be. And then we have the center bit. I'm not exactly sure what this building is going to be. But I did write down a few things that I want to do. I was thinking of eventually moving or creating a slime farm somewhere over there, because that where this block is a slime farm, a slime chunk. And so if I place a slime farm over there, I was thinking of maybe making this into a redstone factory over here. And then we have a few lines going with resources. One of them being slime blocks. And then, you know, making some water tubes crossing the street. You can see the slime blocks going through. That would be kind of fun. And yeah, here is probably where that's going to be. And then here I want to have a bit of a gate. All of this I think I'm going to be doing in the next episode. But this episode I am going to be focusing on making the street a little bit nicer. And for that I brought a few different materials. So I got some cracked stone, some gravel, some andesite, some tuff. And obviously it's connected to this beautiful road that is connected to our mine, our amethyst mine, with our elevator that I regularly use to access this beautiful city. And yeah, let's go ahead and make this beautiful path a lot more pretty. There we go. I think I completed some exteriors on the right and the left sides, all the way up to the small tower and the arch. What I really like is how the perspective of this street changes constantly, and I worked on that, the initial part that we've built, with the big tall buildings further ahead in this street. What I've gone ahead and done this time is I played with lighting, but also with colors. Now on the left you'll see a little bit of light poking through, and at nighttime you see the flowers here. Oh, and now it's daytime apparently. I like how those flowers still change even when they're in a pot. So over here, your attention is drawn to the copper. When you get closer, your attention is drawn to that light from this house here. And then slowly your attention starts shifting to the right here when the blue pops in with this building, which I think is very fun. And I am eventually going to use these both, I think, to send items into the copper factory. Not the copper factory, the redstone factory. I think that's what I'm going to turn this into. And I'm going to probably send slime through one of these and have this as a nice transportation system. And then over here I made a small archway. I wanted to have a small passageway which would focus your attention straight through and then open wide into what I'm going to turn into a beehive house, or like with a cozy garden in front. And so when you get through this gate, all of a sudden you're greeted with a bunch of color and a bunch of light, which I think will be very fun. And then as you go through the street, of course, we get our really busy, oh hello, we have a lake over here. We have all of the flowers and all of the colors popping out left and right. Hello, my name is Goscalyon and welcome to another episode of 5 Lives, 5 Styles. And today I've got something very exciting. It has taken me a long time to build this, especially to make sure that it all works correctly. But this right here is the redstone factory. Now this is the finished product. I have constructed it over quite a few weeks / months now, and it is working. At least I haven't tested all of it just yet. We will do that later in the episode, but here it is. It is going to be able to craft all, if not most, of the redstone components that you see around me, and it should be able to do that as much as it wants, and as long as we fill up the chests. And here of course we can see it has already crafted some chests and it has crafted some crafting tables. I haven't tested all of the other components yet because those require some of these, which I do have plenty of. I've prepared some of that in my inventory already to test it later. But first, of course, we're gonna have to go ahead and build all of these things, and we're gonna have to go jumping back in time to when I haven't built any of this yet. Now this thing is quite big, and I want to build it in this beautiful mineshaft. So let me go ahead and go back to the entrance to show you what I'm talking about. And here we are. This is where we basically left off last episode, in this little hallway leading up from the amethyst mine all the way down to the rest of the city. And here is where I want to build the redstone factory. Of course, we have the entrance there, currently still missing a door because I'm oxidizing that and it's taking forever. So hopefully that will be done later. But yes, here is where we're going to build a redstone factory. And of course, I have already completed that now, but we're gonna go back in time and start digging a giant hole. And I'm not just going to build a redstone factory, because as you could maybe have seen already, I'm also building a slime farm to supply the redstone factory with slime balls. And that is not just the only hole that I'm going to be digging this episode, because I also want to build a slime farm, because this redstone factory needs some slime balls. We need sticky piston and slime blocks to be crafted, and we want to have slime balls. I'll probably use one of these tubes to supply them from there and send them into the factory. So that's another thing that we're going ahead and build. The last thing that I want to build is, well, an extension basically to my bamboo farm, because currently the bamboo that I'm producing is more than enough to supply my furnace array. But I also want to extend that production to supply this redstone factory with enough sticks, well, mainly bamboo, to make sticks and planks for crafting tables, for chests, hoppers, and of course we need a lot of wood for some other redstone components as well. So that's gonna be a lot more wood and stuff that we'll need to be producing as opposed to what we're already producing. So yes, a couple of new extensions to my already existing farms. I also want to send those into these tubes directly into the factories. Now, another thing I want to do is here we have our iron factory that is of course producing a lot of iron. Although currently I have disabled it for now so that I could freely build, and I'm hopefully not going to be summoning any iron golems in the redstone factory. That would be kind of awkward. But hopefully we can hook up the iron factory with the redstone factory, and then we have all of the iron that I could ever need. And then maybe even this episode I want to hook up the mob farm where we have lots and lots of string, because the only thing that requires string is of course bows for dispensers. That's also one of the things that I'm auto-crafting. So all of these components are going into the redstone factory, and then some of it is going to be needed to be input manually. Now later this episode I will go ahead and explain most of the redstone and all of the functionalities and systems that I have put in place in this redstone factory. It took me a lot of time to figure all of this out, and I mostly used my own ideas and own concepts to try and figure out a way that I could do this. And I learned a lot about comparators and the other redstone components in the process. Now, what you will see later this episode is redstone that is, a little bit janky and probably a lot more overcomplicated and maybe not as compact as you would like, but it's working and I am very happy and proud of it. So now let's go ahead and jump back in time and show you the entire process of me building this redstone factory and the other components. Now, what you're looking at right here is my little access point for the slime farm, and I just wanted to go ahead and give you a little bit of a sneak peek at the finished result, because I did show the time-lapse how I dug out this hole, but it didn't show. Oh, there we go, we have a little slime in the farm. This poor little guy, he's gonna jump down and die. He perished. On the soul fires, the soul campfires, the soul flames, those things. Initially I put some snowmen in here, but they would keep shooting the slimes from both sides, no matter how I positioned the trapdoors and whatnot. So I ended up replacing them with golems instead, and this seems to be working perfectly. And this platform is the full size of the chunk, and then on the side we have a couple of rows of soul fires. And then of course they're being lured to the side by the golems. And then the collection system is down here, which is not really accessible, honestly. It's just gonna have to wait until it's filled up. But this is more of a maintenance shaft, because I'm gonna be sending all of the slime over to the redstone factory, and I'm gonna be building those into slime blocks. Next up, I'm going to want to extend the bamboo farm. However, I don't really want to do another time-lapse. We're gonna have a pretty big time-lapse after this, so let's go ahead and just cut to it, and I'll show you the finished result of the extension right away. Now here it is. This is the extension. These two rows were here originally already, and they are linked up to the furnace array. Now I added 4 more, and they are connected all the way over here to a little minecart station, and this should probably be full. Yeah, oh well, it's almost full. Look at that. There's still some room. So this is going to be hooked up to the factory, and so is the slime farm. But now let's go ahead and start on the main object. Let's start digging, because this is quite the redstone build. Roll the time lapse. As I was digging the first few layers at the top, I realized how long it was going to take for me to dig out everything without a beacon. So there we go, off to the nether, getting some skulls, and then killing the wither. Getting my very first beacon in this world, and I think also crafting my very first beacon ever. I don't think I've ever crafted one in the world before, so let's go ahead and use that and speed on with the time lapse. After a few digs later, with the beacon placed, I realized I had to put in 2 iron to activate haste 2 and not just haste 1. This is gonna make a lot of difference. Well, that is a lot of digging. We have completed both the slime farm and the bamboo farm additions. And as you can see from all of the digging earlier, we have gotten quite a bit of stone, cobblestone and all of that, which is gathered nicely in all of these chests. I'm also trying to oxidize some of these doors, which are not going very quickly here. I'm going to need those in the more oxidized color later, so maybe I'll have to put them somewhere else while I'm going to be building the redstone factory. Because that is where we have gotten to in this point of the video. I'm going to go ahead and build the entire redstone factory. Now, as you saw earlier, I have dug a pretty big hole, and I'm going to have to extend those a little bit further to make some room for the redstone. I don't know yet how I'm going to solve that, but I'll try and solve it in this time lapse that we're going to do. Now, for the redstone factory itself, I have gathered quite a few resources. Over here, this is a box that I'm going to use probably to move some stuff around. We've got some cobblestone that I'm going to need. A lot of redstone, like a lot. I needed more redstone than I had actually stored up. I had like 6 or 8 stacks of redstone blocks, but I needed like 20 or something. I have a lot of hoppers, but we're going to need pretty much all of this. And then here we have most of the stuff that is actually for the building. We're going to use a lot of warped blocks in combination with the brown glazed terracotta and some copper and the polished tuff. I really like that. And then in addition to that, we have some brown stained glass. So let's go ahead and build that factory, and I'll see you here later after the time lapse. I'll explain to you how in the world everything is working. So I'll see you here in just a little bit. And there we have it. The time lapse is completed, and most of the work I think is done. I still have to hook up the slime farm to this tube, and I might have to adjust this tube a little bit because, as you might see, this water flow, let me actually use FreeCam so you can see this, it ends right here and it needs to go all the way over here. And I can't really place any ice block here because that would be visible. So I think what I'll do is I'll use height instead. Maybe I'll let it go one block higher and then drop it down one block here. Maybe I'll do that in the wall so it's not as visible. We'll have to see what is the best solution here. But I think that will work out perfectly fine. And yeah, it might still look fine from this angle. You might still be able to see that, but it's not as much in view. Something you may have noticed if you saw the previous episode is that this one was previously connected to the ceiling. But instead what I did is I connected it all the way down here to a bubble vator going up instead, because the redstone line that is connected over here connects all the way to my bamboo farm extension, which is right over here. So that is quite nice. We have a couple of bamboo farms connected all the way here. This one fills up so quickly. I honestly didn't even have to do that much. So maybe at some point I'll switch off 2 of these rails to a separate thing or something and use that wood for something else. No idea. But for now, this is working fine. We sent that card off and sent it all the way back here. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do something similar for the slime farm. But yeah, that one is producing quite a lot of slime as well, so definitely more than I need. Now here we have the redstone factory, still missing a few doors, they're still oxidizing, and here we go into the factory. And what I really like about this top floor is that you'll be able to see all of the blocks coming out of the water here and dropping down. And I also added the frames here so you can see which of these tubes belong to which redstone block or redstone item. And then if we go all the way down, we can go collect them, and we can also supply the factory with the blocks it needs. And yeah, here we have all of the blocks. I added them physically, but also in the frame. Maybe at some point I'll just remove these because honestly we just need that one. But I think that's what I prefer for now. I also like to have them here so they're relatable to the button, because maybe otherwise it's not clear whether it's the button to the left or to the right, but it is the button to the left. And if I were to press the button, that will enable that crafter. So now this crafter will start crafting the dispensers if it can, if it has enough resources. But then if we look over here, I have some lights on if that resource is required by any of the components or any of the redstone components. So right now the factory needs redstone, it needs quartz, it needs cobble, and it needs stone, because I haven't really supplied any of the crafters so far. So what I could do is I could throw in some of these items and see if it will stop needing it. Let's see. I have some stone here. Let's throw in some stone. It will take a bit to go through the entire factory, and there is a couple of items that will require stone. And then of course we have quartz that I could supply, and I have some redstone as well. We'll go ahead and try that later. But for now, that is what that does. And when redstone items or other items are not used by the factory and they make it back through the entire circle, they end up in an overflow chest. That's something that I did as a little bit of a protection when too many items are going through. That one I might have to come and clear out every now and then. So over here I have 2 systems. One of the systems I just explained. If you press the button on the lamp, it will check the state of the lamp and either turn this piston on or off. And I'm using probably way too many slime blocks here, but I am going to extend it all the way down, and it pushes that redstone block onto this line. And this line is essentially, if that is on, it is blocking that crafter. And so, as you can see, currently it's only blocking, or not blocking, this one and this one right here, which, if we look in here, that would be, well, one of them seems to be incorrect, actually. Let's see why that is. So this one is extended, but it's not far enough. Am I missing a slime block here? I might be. Because if that one retracts, we're going to have to fix that. See, there we go. We have already discovered a small bug. That one cannot be disabled or enabled. It's always on. So we're going to have to get a slime block. I'm going to have to fix that in a moment. But yeah, what that does is, if it extends, it basically disables the crafter. So as you can see right now, that one is retracted because we have turned on this crafter. Another way that this crafter will turn off is it's using a comparator here to check with the chest here. This chest is full with shovels, and it checks if this chest is full as well, then it will stop the crafter because the chest is full, it doesn't need any more items. Now, the only small flaw in that is that some items, like the redstone torch or the chest, they are required by other crafting items, and I don't really currently have anything to check that. So if I, for example, have a chest full of chests and I don't have a chest full of hoppers, then maybe I will have to empty the chest full of chests. I definitely chose the most confusing item there, but hopefully that makes sense. Then it will start crafting the hoppers again and using the chests for the hoppers as well. So that's this little system. It's just checking, is it on or not? Am I allowed to craft it? It also uses another system to craft, and let's see if I can find a very simple one. I think if I go over to the dispenser, the crafter module here, because I have a lot of crafter modules. They are very big and clunky, but essentially they are a vertical line of dispensers into a middle line of chests, or barrels and hoppers. Now let's look at the smaller one over here, because it'll be a little bit easier to explain. At the top I have a very classic impulse SV item filter, which will check which item should go in there or not. And then on the other side I have a way to disable that input. So if this item over here, or if this crafter doesn't need any items currently, then it will disable that and not accept any more items. Otherwise, I will run the risk of filling this entire line with items, which I want to avoid. Now, another thing that I'm doing, and I'm going to show that in first person here, is I have a little check. If this hopper has something in it, it will see that with this comparator, and it will disable that crafter. However, what it will also do is sometimes a crafter needs multiple of the same item. And so I have, as you can see, 1, 2, a total 3 items here, or 3 droppers that have items in it. And if all 3 of them have items in it, then it can craft, and then that one is disabled. So let's see, do I have some sticks? I sure do. So if I were, for example, to drop sticks in because they're being crafted, let's say I drop one in here. That one goes down, and now it sits in this one. And because one sits in here, as you can see, this line turned on, and this one turned on. It's disabling the hopper that is right behind this block. If I take this out again, it is disabled. Well, what this essentially does, it will limit the amount of items that need to go through here in order for it to craft. And so now there is a stick in here, there is a stick in here, and there is 2 sticks down here. And so now I don't need to fill the entire hoppers in between here for it to be able to have items in all 3 dispensers. And what I will then do is, down at the bottom here, we have the crafter. And as you can see, I have preloaded it with sticks and string. And then what it does, if all of the dispensers have an item in it, it will detect that, because both of these will have been retracted. As you can see, this one is retracted. If I were to go ahead and take items out of this, as you can see, now it extended, and all of the items from the dispensers above, or the droppers above, will have moved down, and now the top dropper is empty, and it will accept items again, and it will disable crafting. So if both of these, in this case that means string and sticks, have filled up all of the 3 dispensers on either side, it will craft. It will do that with a timed loop here to prevent it from crafting too many things and potentially emptying the crafter, and then start maybe crafting items that I don't want it to craft. And so that's how I am mostly doing this crafting here. And this right here is also using a, well, it's a little hopper clock, right? Every time the item moves to the other, it detects it and it dispenses it down. So after it's crafted, it moves into this item right here. So let's say I make a bow, it drops into this dispenser here and is thrown into a small water column, and that's over here, which moves it to the next crafter, which is the dispenser. It's sitting over here. I have preloaded it with a bow in here for one reason, is that when this one crafts, the middle block is empty, or the middle slot is empty. And the problem I ran into with the dispenser crafter is that it would load sometimes cobblestone before the bow could get into this hopper, and then it would fill the middle with a cobblestone, and then suddenly it was crafting furnaces or something or nothing. And so what I did here is preload this hopper with a bow, and that means that all of the items are pushed in at a rate and filled up in a way that it doesn't block the crafting. And so each of these modules works the same. They have items filters at the top. Right here we have 3. I have also color-coded some of them, so the red line is always redstone, the light gray wool is always cobblestone, and so this is always sticks, and we have bamboo for planks, we have iron for, well, iron, we have white for quartz, and we have the gray wool for stone. So that's some of them that I have pre-wired, so to say. And they're also connected with these extremely long lines to these right here. And as you can see, we added some stone earlier. That light is now off, so that means that none of the crafters currently need any stone because they have all been loaded with stone. That might also mean that some of the stone has made its way back into the overflow chest now, because we loaded quite a bit of stone in there. So let's go ahead and have a look at the item filters, just to give you a quick look of what it looks like. There we go, just a very classic item filter. We then have a few ways of disabling them. It's very full here with a bunch of vertical redstone lines, and it was a bit of puzzling, but these redstone torches are very nice to get some vertical lines going, and lighting up the single pistons with redstone torches, very nice. Took me a long time to figure out how to get that working, and it's been very fun to figure out the redstone puzzle one issue at a time. Like initially I had just a vertical line of dispensers, and that was working pretty nicely, and then I figured out, like, okay, but we're gonna have to fill the entire row of blocks and of hoppers before we can start crafting. And so I came up with this very simple design of blocking the hopper above and such like that. So that's been very fun. Let's go over here, because this is after it's been crafted. So after it's been crafted, it will go into the water bubble elevator all the way here, right? This is a big water elevator, and then it has another simple loop to dispense all the items. Now there is 2 ways of doing this. These will only dispense them into the chest below, but some of them, as you might see over here, which is the redstone torch, are also looped back into the crafting loop, which is this big loop around. If I zoom out a little bit, you can see that there is a big loop around here with hoppers all the way around. Quite extensive amount of hoppers, I must say. I may have used a few hoppers too many, but I don't mind. I think this is fine and it works. Maybe it'll clog up at some point. I have no idea. We'll find out if this system is working. I could always change this with maybe a water, a row of water or something. So over here we have a line of bamboo. It's going all the way over here, connected to the water elevator over there. And that connects all the way through here to these 2, well, 3 crafter modules. We have one for sticks, that's right over here. So we have the same thing. We have a filter for the bamboo. And then down here we have a simple crafter. That's currently not crafting because nothing needs sticks, because simply said we have disabled all of them. And then it is checking with the crafter, can it craft? This one is a little bit simpler. It just has a clock, and either it's disabled or not. And currently it looks like I disabled it just purely by, like if I were to do that, it will start crafting some items. Not needed right now. Now this module over here is bamboo blocks. Same thing really, with just a smaller timer. It will craft them pretty much instantly, and then over here it's sent, the block is sent over here to turn it into planks, because I don't need blocks, I need planks. Now a very simple way that I am sending some items upwards is these classic dropper elevators with a bunch of redstone torches on the side and a comparator with a loop right here. As soon as there's an item in there, it will, like for example, if I were to send this one in, if I send this one in here, you'll see it'll send it all the way up and it sends it into the dropper hopper line. Yeah, shall we go ahead and try out the system and see it crafting a bunch of items? I definitely want to. Let's go ahead and load it up with redstone. We're gonna have to mine some of that and load it up with quartz, load it up with cobblestone. Let's go ahead and put a stack of quartz in and a stack of cobblestone. I said it the wrong way around, but you got the gist. And I just hope that everything goes well, of course. Yeah, totally. It'll go perfectly smooth. A lot of items require quite a decent amount of cobblestone. Now let's see how much made it into the overflow chest. There you go. Some stone made it into the overflow chest. Now if I were to drop it in here again, it's not going to be pulled out until it's necessary. So what I could do is fill up that chest with a bunch of stone. Well, let's go ahead and turn some of them on, shall we? This one is definitely going. It's pushing a lot of items up, I hope. Oh yeah, that's our supply line. Yep, it's pushing a lot of items through. It's going to constantly be pushing items into the line, and then it's going to send them all the way around, and then it is going to be picked up by any of the ones that need it, as you could see there, which is, I think, the redstone blocks. This one right here, that needs redstone basically constantly. But we should be able to see some items coming through here. If we sit here, we might be able to see them. There we go. We've got some, well, we've got lots of redstone blocks actually. Let's see, can I see them falling through here? That would be fun. Or am I not going to see it? Maybe I should watch over here. Oh, uh-oh. That's a problem. All right, so I'm going to have to... Oh, there we go. Nice. I'm going to have to find out, because that's why that block is there, so it doesn't do that. So I wonder why it does that. Right, this is a full block. Then it should hit the full block there. So I'm not sure why it does that. Maybe if I place that one and flip it to this side, it won't look as great, but I could do a different kind of trapdoor maybe and put it against the glass. Maybe that'll look nice. I don't know, but that might line it up so it doesn't hit. But that one looked like it was literally on the corner here, so there you go, it happened again. If you have any ideas how I can solve the flow of this, let me know. I'm definitely looking for ideas here, because if I place the trapdoor on this side of the glass, then it's going to maybe not hit this side, but it could still hit this, I think, which is odd. Another option is to change this in its entirety to full blocks, this in its entirety to full glass blocks. Right, it doesn't need to be half blocks. I could try that. Now here at the entrance of the restaurant factory, I also added a very small thing to enable or disable the bamboo dispensing here. So now it is enabled, I think, and it should start dispensing the bamboo. Well, maybe you can't see it. There we go. Now you can see it. It's being shot up here and into this line, and that means that now it should be going all the way through over here to these lines. It should start accepting both of these and start crafting them. And there I go. I just went ahead and implemented the little fix that I mentioned to these glass parts. I replaced this with full blocks instead of the glass panes, and I reverted the trapdoor to be over here. I also changed the oxidization a little bit. I am going to have to wax them to make them stay in this, but I just wanted to have a check and see if I like this, and I think it looks alright. It's barely noticeable in most cases, and I think it looks fine. Now, when the items flow through right now, they won't be hitting the side because that's of course a full block, and they won't be hitting this side because they're going to hit this trapdoor and will be aligned slightly in front of this. So that should never really be flying too far. So I think this is a fix for that problem. Now, I think that's pretty much everything that we gotta do for this episode. I am of course going to link up the slime to this here, but that's not something that I'm gonna be showing off because it's not really that exciting. Maybe I'll show it off at the beginning of the next episode. And talking about the next episode, what I want to focus on in next episode is bringing a bit more life to this place. Now obviously this chest monster is a little bit of an eyesore, and of course it is missing a house right here, mainly the bee house, and that is going to supply us with all of the honey blocks and the beeswax. What I also want to focus on next episode is bringing some more life and some more storytelling. We of course have the amethyst mine over here, and there is a reason that the city is connected to it with all of these farms, and that reason I want to explain and bring into the city a little bit more, because right now I think the city looks really cool, although not even close to being finished, right? I want some more height, I want the ceiling to be some more detailed, and I want a little bit more buildings over there and behind this, and there is all kinds of plans that I have for this place. But the main thing that I want to focus on is bringing some more details that explain why we want these amethysts here. So that's something that I want to focus on next episode. All right, that is it for this episode. If you like this episode, please like and subscribe, and I hope to see you in the next one.